And good morning for everyone joining online. We are about to start, so please stay tuned. Okay, ครับ I think it is the time. สวัสดีครับ Good morning and welcome to breezy cold Bangkok today. We are now hosting the 2023 experts meeting ASEAN Perspectives on Empowering MOOCs for Sustainable Lifelong Learning, hosted by Thailand Cyber University Project, Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Innovation and Research. I am Dr. Warasuong Dongchinda or Michael from Sipatum University, your MC and moderator for this event. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, we are hosting this event in a hybrid mode. We are doing it on site. So, สวัสดีครับ everybody here. Welcome to Bangkok for international guests. And also, I don't know what time you are. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day to all of you who are joining us online on Zoom or watching
Recording
on
in
Facebook
progress.
Live. I just would like to remind our friends online that should you have any questions or comments, please do so. You can type if you are joining Zoom. You can type your questions in Zoom chat. If you're joining on Facebook, you can just simply write a comment and we will address to your questions or to your comments. Before we start, let me do a housekeeping announcement. Of course, our program runs from morning 9 o'clock until 4 p.m. We will start with opening remarks by the director of Thailand Cyber University Project. After that, we have the honor for having very distinguished speaker who gonna share with us on the overview of ASEAN Qualification Framework for Online Learning by ASEAN University Network or AUN. The executive director will kindly share his knowledge. And after that, in the morning session, after the coffee break, there will be presentations on the progress and achievements on each country about their MOOCs and online learning. And we will do that by alphabetical order, and I will come back to that later on. But before we start, we should welcome you all officially first. So to do that, please allow me to invite Director of Thailand Cyber University Project, Associate Professor Dr. Thapani Thameta to deliver welcome remarks. So please.
Distinguished speaker and guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, on behalf of the Thai Cyber University Project, Office of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, or MESI, I would like to express my cordial welcome to each and every participant to the 2023 expert meeting, ASEAN Perspectives on Empowering MOOCs for Sustainable Lifelong Learning. I appreciate an opportunity to preside physically at the meeting venue and virtual via Zoom and Facebook Live. Since the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation Thailand continue working to promote lifelong learning and encourage Thai people in continuing develop their skill and knowledge. TCU under MESI Thailand has realized an importance of MOOCs, the National Digital Learning Platform, to promote lifelong learning for Thai people, to enable them to develop their potential and knowledge. Currently, Thai MOOC work in collaboratively with the partner over 120 university and government sector in Thailand. Thai MOOC now has over 500 courses and over 1.5 million of users. The Thai MOOC platform is available to promote online education. And last year, 2022, the Thai Cyber University project, we got the reward for the innovation reward from the government, from the strategy transformation office. We are so proud of this reward because it means that we also innovate the project for the Thai people. Before I comment the meeting, I would like to address to purpose of this meeting, which is to present the progress and achievement of each MOOC country and online education, and to discuss on the ASEAN plus Republic of Korea or Korea perspective on empowering MOOCs for sustainable lifelong learning. Today, we will have a chance to share current knowledge and practice on each country MOOC, the ecosystem, the transferable credential, the roadmap and progress. The most importantly, to discuss the future trends of MOOCs and come up with the recommendation on the direction of online education and sustainable model of MOOCs. Hence, I would like to encourage every participant to seize this opportunity and move forward together. I also would like to conclude my remarks by express my sincere gratitude to all invited speakers. Dr. Cholathit Thirathiti, Executive Director of ASEAN University Network or AUN, Professor Melinda Della Prene Bandarasia or Madame Mel, our beloved friend. The Chancellor and Professor, University of Philippines Open Education and Executive Board Member, International Council for Online and Distance Education, and ICDE Ambassador for the Open Education Resources. Professor Paulina Penne, the Chairman of Indonesia Cyber Education Institute, University Terbuka, Indonesia. Professor Norbina Suho, Deputy Director, Center of Advanced in Digital and Flexible Learning, UTM. The Chairman of Malaysian Public University E-Learning Council or MEPITA, and our big supported our Korean friend, Dr. Soo Joo-hoo, Director of External Affairs at the National Institute of Lifelong Learning, Republic of Korea. My appreciation also go to our Thai MOOC, the TCU and organizing committee to their effort in making this expert meeting possible. I wish the meeting a great success and looking forward to productive outcome. Thank you very much. ขอบคุณค่ะ
ข
Thank you so much, Madam Director. And right now, it is time for all of us to hear global perspective or regional perspective. As I mentioned before, it is an absolute honor to have distinguished person with us here today. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Dr. Cholajit Thiratiti, AUN Executive Director. This morning, he will kindly share with us his overview of ASEAN Qualification Framework for Online Learning by ASEAN University Network or AUN. Okay, so without any more delay, please join me to welcome Professor Cholajit. So, sir, now stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Michael, for the introduction. Good morning to the audience, both in this meeting room on site, and morning to those who are in the Zoom links. I've been asked to say something about the qualifications framework for online learning in the ASEAN region. To my knowledge, I doubt that we already have such a framework, proper, particularly and tailor-made for online learning as a regional framework. But we do have the qualifications framework as a regional tools produced by the ASEAN Secretariat. But however, I would like to observe that this platform of experts, together with some key universities here, present here or online, got the feeling that this platform is pioneering something for the ASEAN region and probably for ASEAN and East Asian region as well, which interests me a lot because coming from the ASEAN University Network, we like to work together with those pioneers. ASEAN University Network is a kind of implementation machine. It's not working on the policy issues. I'm not working on the policy issues. I'm the CEO of the implementation body for the higher education in ASEAN. So this platform organized by Thai Cyber University, Thai MOOCs, and the ministry, together with all the experts here, really interests me very much. And that's something I would like to say further on this issue at the end of my talk this morning. As the outline of my talk, I like to divide it. The main content will be divided into three main parts, starting with a kind of a quick tour on the ASEAN Qualifications Reference Framework, or AQRF. It's a very quick tour because I trust that this framework is now a very common knowledge and available for everyone widely. And then my main presentation will be on the AUN's current works on measuring and comparing learning outcomes in Southeast Asia, which is the Erasmus Plus project. The idea is that, as I mentioned earlier, AUN is a kind of implementation agency. But on the one hand, we have the ASEAN Qualifications framework, which is a kind of is come from the top. It's a top-down approach with good intention. But my work is not the top-down approach. It's a bottom-up. It's a street-level approach that both complement and supplement the top-down direction. So I would like to spend time on the main presentation on the AUN work. And then I will end my talk by providing some remarks on the related to the recognition mechanism for online learning, which I got the feeling that this platform of expert here will be the pioneer. It's not, I don't think it will come from the top regional body, and I don't think it can come from the AUN. We are not the expert on this issue, so I look forward to see this pioneering work. I'd like to start by acknowledge the source that I used this morning. It come mainly from the ASEAN Secretariat publications, particularly the publication in 2018. Even though the recent publication is in 2020 and after, but I found that this 2018 guide is a wonderful piece of work, easy to understand. So for those, most of you are already familiar with the AQRF, but for those who would like to access a wonderful work on this reference framework, I would suggest this publication. And also my main talk will be drawn from the AUN Secretariat publication. Right. A quick tour. First, the ASEAN has been working on the qualification framework for many years. Probably since I started to work for the ASEAN University Network, I already observed the ASEAN Secretariat's projects on qualification reference framework. And the end result started to show around 2015, and now they are in the process of doing the referencing processes. As many of you already observed that there's an objective in having this common qualifications reference framework. For example, it can be the overarching tool to support the recognition of qualifications. It also be the overall framework to develop or encourage the development of lifelong learning. The mission that all of you here are committed. It also can accommodate the non-formal education. But for ASEAN itself, it hope to have this qualifications framework to be the tool to promote learner or student and workers mobility in the ASEAN region and beyond. Apart from that, by having the qualifications framework, it facilitates our understanding about each other qualification system. And for all of you here who are from the university or higher education sector, the qualifications framework is aimed to promote the higher quality and of qualification system. Okay, those are the common objective, and they also come up with the approach to enhance the qualifications framework at the national level. Also the quality of qualification system at the national level. Meaning that the regional and the national frameworks can be aligned or linked up. That will further facilitate the mutual understanding of each other system. They have tools, all the tools to do this kind of linkages among the different systems in different countries in the ASEAN region. I go very fast because this is already established as the common knowledge. And also, but the aspect that could accommodate the informal and non-formal learning, I would say very much fit in with what you, the experts, are doing here. To some degree. Everything, I would say everything here, when we talk about the qualifications framework, everything just boils down to only one thing. Or everything can be reduced to one thing only, and that is the learning outcomes. And this is the heart of the matters. Learning outcome has been an issue not only in the establishment of the qualification system, but also in the provision of learning and teaching at the moment, in the quality assurance or QA activities, in the new trends of education provision, such as micro-credentialing, and those things. Everything got learning outcomes at the heart of the matters. and we will certainly talk about this continuously, non-stop, about learning outcome. Okay, and qualification framework also indicates different levels of education provisions in each country and in the region. And according to the ASEAN Secretariat framework, MOOCs is put in under the non-formal or informal education. I'm not quite certain that you would. I mean, people here, you are the experts. I'm in doubt that you would agree with this or not, that they put MOOCs in there. Yeah, that's open to I think to the deliberation and discussions. Again, I like to emphasize that I'm not the expert on MOOCs and online learning. The answer is live with all of you here. I'm not the producer of this framework either. Okay. But with learning outcome at the heart of the matters, the two domains are very important, the knowledge and skills, and also the application of those knowledge and skill in the context of the so-called the world of work, for example. And the qualifications framework is also the tool to measure different levels of skills, knowledge, and its application. So this is a very common knowledge. They hope that, I mean, the ASEAN Secretariat hope that this will finally facilitate the mutual recognition agreements, leading to more of the workers' mobility or professional mobilities within the region and hopefully beyond, or at least between the ASEAN region and our +3 friends, Korea, Japan, and China. Right. So those are just a quick tour. I like to concentrate. Yeah, I think I got 15 minutes more. I like to concentrate on the current work of the AUN. As I mentioned earlier, the qualification framework is the overarching thing on top of everything else when we talk about higher education. But our life, your working life, I mean, your working life and mine depends on something below that level. We are at the level that provide the actual educational services to students. We deal with other academic professors, but the qualification reference is above, is on top as an umbrella. The point is, it matters at the frontline level that we are all in there. And again, at the heart of what we are doing, and your theme here is on online learning included. At the heart of it is about the learning outcome. Either it's the online learning or non-online learning. The learning outcome is the key. And if we want to 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 communicate with each other, to set a certain mobility or exchange programs together, or even to talk with each other using the same educational language. It's about how we measure and compare our learning outcomes. That is the matter. In the next few months ahead, from March onward, the AUN will spend a few months doing a kind of national workshop in 7 ASEAN countries in order to disseminate how we can do the measuring and comparing of learning outcome. But the project is focusing on only 3 areas. One is medicine, the other is the civil engineering, and the third one is the teacher education. This is a continuing project that we started many years ago. And the books I brought with me today, these books, the online people can see as well as the on-site people. This is a product of the first wave of the project, which the AUN worked with our European friends. But right now we are moving to the second wave of the project, which I will show you what it's about. But the activities are that in each country we're going to invite around 200 universities people, and out of 200 people, 60 of them will also participate in the intensive workshop on how to do this thing, measuring and comparing learning outcome. We will issue the certificate. This is a work in progress right now. What I'm showing you today is very fresh out of the production line of the AUN Secretariat. So it's still a draft. I may change a bit something. If I see that it's not beautiful enough, I can change it. Okay, the project will talk about the processes of how we can measure and compare learning outcome using the method of the Tuning Academy, detail of which you can read or have a quick look in this book. And this year we will involve not only university but also the policy makers in 7 ASEAN countries. Okay, let me go through the processes, what we are doing. The processes comprise 3 elements. Element number 1 is we agree, we mean all the pioneering team in each of the field, teacher education, civil engineering and medicine, agree on the regional subject-specific qualifications and assessment reference frameworks. This is the main point I'm talking earlier, that even though ASEAN Secretariat and our leaders issue the umbrella qualifications framework, the heart of the matter is not above there. It's about us. What about each subject specific field like medicine or teacher education. How are we going to have our own qualifications reference framework? And we do this by the assistance from our European experts. So we adapted the European qualifications and assessment reference frameworks. And under this first element, we do the revision of these three books. What it contains in each of these books are the meta profile of the common curriculum. The meta profiles mean in each curriculum we try to find the common elements that we all have in the ASEAN region, and also compare it with the common elements that the European have in their curriculum as well. And it will guide us as the tool to derive our own curriculum design in each university. The tuning methodology, this is a project under the Tuning Academy. At the heart of the tuning methodology is about adaptation. It's not about compliance to any one-size-fits-all framework. This is the key of the tuning methodology. So we learn and try to combine many components that we see fit. We mean the experts in each field or subject-specific field learn from each other and learn from the European and come up with the common elements. We call it meta because in each country you have a certain rules and regulation. You have law governing your provision of the degree programs. That must be accommodated when we design our curriculum. We have to follow or comply with the law as well. But we can also combine with the common elements that not only in ASEAN but also with the European have in each of the subject-specific field. So for the second wave of this project, we revise what is in this book as a starting point. And then we develop ASEAN region-wide subject-specific frameworks that can guide us further, particularly in each country. And then we also have a look at the desired graduate profiles. Yes. Using the Kalohi, this project is called Kalohi reference framework, which is the European framework as a guideline. Then the second element of the project is working on our subject-specific experts from selected universities. They have been working on the student workload measurement. This is a key, student workload is the key tool. If we want to facilitate a measurement or comparison among each between the curriculums from different countries, need to have a common currency, so to speak. common currency. One of the common currencies, how in your university, how do you measure student workload? And that will play the key role in the delivery of the curriculum. So we've been through the use of many tools, not only the survey, the full academic year survey of the actual student workload in our universities. We also use a logbook, a diary. We also have a consultation or focus group with the academic staff in order to derive the actual student workload that each study program in our selected university actually implement. Part of the tuning academy is to emphasize a very empirical data. It's not about when we work below the level of framework, or if we want to introduce a new mechanism to facilitate the mobility of students, we cannot work in the abstract anymore. We need to have the real empirical data, and part of this is we must be able to tell exactly how our students are working in 1 week. This is the second element, and I would like to inform you also that this project is very tough. Some of our selected universities cannot continue. This is about nudging people, changing people to have a very scientific culture in managing the curriculum, managing the delivery of teaching and learning. You cannot just go into the classroom with the perspective of the teacher center anymore when the heart of the matter is about learning outcomes. It's not about a chunk of knowledge that the professors want to put into students' head. So some of our selected study program to pioneer this project, sadly they have to withdraw from the project because this is a tough project implementation regime. Even tougher if you see the third element in the processes, which is the authentic assessment of program learning outcome. This is to go beyond the ordinary assessment of learning outcome that we already deliver in our classroom. Authentic assessment go a bit beyond by measuring what the student could really perform beyond classroom in the real life situation, for example, in the simulated real work environment. And it's not about professor assessing student anymore. It must involve, for example, employers assess students. Students assessing their peers. For example, there are many methods that we have been learned and experimented under this authentic assessment of program learning outcomes in 3 fields: medicine, teacher education, and civil engineering. this is quite tough as well. But anyway, we went through these tough processes, and now we are, as I mentioned earlier, we are about to start to disseminate, advertise what we have done so far in 7 ASEAN countries in the next 6 months. Right. What we come up with, we involve, as you can imagine, we involve students, faculty, also non-academic staff in our universities, and naturally we involve the universities directly. This is just to show you the development circle of the tuning academy that we apply to this project. For all these details, I will ask my secretariat office to send it to you. I imagine that it should be very much interesting. And I also invite you all to participate. The way to participate, we will accommodate both those who can attend in person and those who want to attend in online. Okay. So stay tuned. Yeah, there will be more to come. I hope I have been outlining what the AUN has been doing in this regard. Quite okay to a certain extent. To sum up in an easy way, I would say that the AUN Secretariat has been working with the Tuning Academy probably around 10 years now in 2 waves. Now we are in the second wave. The first wave is to have a look and compare how we design the curriculum in these 3 subject areas. And from those curriculum comparison, I mean, I'm boiling down to a very simple terms. From the curriculum comparison, how we could derive a very common element in each of the subject specific field. That's the end of the first wave, which end a few years before the COVID-19 pandemic. And then we started the second wave, which is more to the how we can implement this in real terms, meaning that on the ground, at the front line, deliver to students how we can do it. And in order to do it, we went through the 3 processes. Yes, we refined the curriculum meta profile. We work on the tools that call student workload measurement. And then we introduced, tested, experimented with the so-called authentic assessment of the learning outcome. At the program level, meaning that it's been tested at the subject area, at the course itself, at each course itself. It's not hanging above the curriculum anymore. When you want to implement something in the university, it must go directly to the courses delivered to students. So, and now we got some results. And this year, we will disseminate these results, including we will train 60 university people on how to use these tools. 60 out of 200 participants that we would like to invite. And it also will be an open call as well. All of you will be invited as well if you can spare your time to take a look at this kind of movement. My main point is that perhaps you can adapt something here to your online endeavor and MOOCs that you try to do here. Okay, so this brought me to my final part, which is to make some remarks on the recognition mechanisms for online learning. Again, I emphasize always that I'm not the expert, you are the experts. So this is a kind of a conversation more than a presentation. Starting with the first point that the AUN, especially AUN QA or quality assurance, always focus on enhancement. And even though we work with our European partners on the curriculum design project, we also emphasize on enhancement, not compliance. But as I mentioned earlier, we are not ignoring a certain sets of rules and laws of the country that govern the delivery of higher education. But we combine and emphasize more on the enhancement. So whatever recognition mechanisms for online learning that you would come up with, I like to propose that the focus should always be on enhancement, not compliance. Compliance is easy to do. You set certain rules, people got to follow. But it works against what we mentioned earlier. It works against how we really deliver learning outcomes that could match what the world of work requires from our graduates or from our learners. My second remarks is on the better approach is to work together, like the platform that you are having here. That is very admirable. That by working together with key providers, I observe that some of the institutions here are the key provider of the online learning, the MOOCs, the MOOCs king and queen of the country, so-called. From the Philippines, from Malaysia, from Indonesia, and the main MOOCs, probably the sole provider of MOOCs in Thailand, also here. So the approach to work together would yield a very workable result. That is what I always use in the work of the AUN. But we also consult beyond the universities. We could say we consult with multi-sector stakeholders, consult with the employers, for example. And then my further remarks would be that you could take advantage of your own strength. You have a certain strength, and also trends. For example, the learners' behaviors nowadays have changed a lot. They're very fond of. Everyone is fond of using a gadget or a cell phone to learn something from. This is the trend that you can take advantage of, and also the opportunities, such as people now realize from the COVID-19 experience that online learning is not an option. It's a must. It's one of the elements that learners need to use. So these are all the things that you can take advantage of. And lastly, I would say, this is my last slide, by the way. We also should be aware of the context, particularly what doesn't work. For example, I learned recently that because I've been puzzling with the problem on my entire career with the ASEAN University Network. I failed one thing. I failed to persuade the university professor to produce some online modules. I work with a cyber university project with the Korean, for example. We all work there. But I always fail to persuade our professors to produce the module. But somehow last year I found out that one of the reasons is that it depends on the theme, the subject matter of the thing you want to produce. Many professors are uncomfortable to produce the module, particularly on the topic that change frequently. They don't want to put their word into the module. It would be like writing something on the stone. It will be there, and that frighten our professors. Another factor is that some professors are not certain about their ability to deliver. So there are many factors, but all in all, I always fail to do this. So somehow, if you want to go about this, please analyze what doesn't work and why. Thank you very much. That's the end of my talk.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Cholachit, the AUN Executive Director. We learned a lot from his talk. I wish that we would have much more time for him. We learned that based on the model NQF, perhaps MOOCs not yet being recognized across educational levels. As a MOOC person, I would disagree. I would say right now we can utilize MOOCs for perhaps higher education, vocational education, and perhaps even K-12. I think we have seen some concrete evidence so far, but still that is a very interesting model. We learned that perhaps when we're talking about framework, we might feel that people try to frame us to something, but rather after listening to him, we understand that the framework should enhance what we currently doing in the right way. We learned that throughout his experience, there are some struggling process. For example, he could not persuade some professor to deliver online module. We hope that MOOC can help overcome that problem, and perhaps next year, this time, we will come back to listen to him on success story. So without any delay, please join me to give him a big thank you. And I think we still have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions. Should there be any comments or any questions from the floor, please? Okay, Madam Chancellor, one moment.
Sir, good morning, and thank you very much for that very enlightening talk, especially your last comment on the how we can have this recognition of the credits earned through MOOCs. So I'm just wondering, because we've been struggling in this particular concern, would AUN consider integrating it in the QA framework online learning? Right now, what we're doing at the university, Open University in the Philippines, is to look for proxy indicators. So I have my faculty members trained for the AUN framework, QA framework, etc. So we've been sending faculty, but with the marching order that in studying the AUN QA framework, look for possible indicators because it's not exactly 100% fit to what we are doing as a fully online university. So would AUN consider in the very near future integrating or having something that is specifically or more appropriate to online universities like us? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, for your question, which is the thing that I've been thinking a lot. The direct answer is that there are 2 parts. First part is that online learning is part of the method of delivery in the AUNQA system. So I think it will stay there. That's my first part. My second part is that I really hope that this platform achieves something that I can make use of in terms of if you could come up with the full system of how to do the quality assurance of online learning as such. We really need your expertise there. In short, I like to borrow it from you, if you could come up with. But at the same time, I like to work with you if you have a project to develop such a QA framework for online learning. I pledge my support. I can provide you with some of our experts. I'm not the expert. I'm just the executive. But we got experts from both our region and from the European region and Australia as well, if you like. And I would say my support to you will be for free of charge as well. If you come up with the project, I promise you to send our expert. I will pay for the airfare of the experts. Airfare and hotel. And the rest you pay. I really mean it. I'd like to see such a system developed by these experts institution as well. You are not only the expert as a person, but expert institutions. AUN has very little experience in online delivery. We are more of the very classic institutions. So that.
Yeah, I asked the question because we have the same bottom line, and that is the learning outcomes. When we look at our QA, it's also looking at the learning outcomes. And you always, I mean, in your talk and in all my the chances that I've had the discussion with our AU and QA experts, they also emphasize the same thing, and I know that we are looking at the same thing, and that's learning outcomes. Thank you.
That's right, Madam President. At the heart of it is the learning outcome, but it function in many areas. Not only the design of curriculum, but also the QA, also other things. For example, employers engagement. We use the learning outcome as the tools. Very much agree. And I hope to see it deployed in online learning. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the very enlightening presentation to all of us. And I very much welcome for your collaboration in the future. Yes, Ibu Mel, Madam Mel, and to everybody of us. Yes, that's right. That's a good project to go, I think. I have one thing that we need, of my concern, perhaps, of our concern. So far we have been talking about all the positive side about online learning, how AUN can perhaps also involve with us and providing qualification framework, etc., etc. But we need to be aware also with the diploma mill situation. As you know, as an innovation, it has two sides of the coins. And the diploma mills has been, especially right now in Indonesia, we are facing really huge wave of these diploma mills. Everybody is saying it's online. It means that it is not only a delivery mode, which is, one teacher to 30 students in one course, for example, but it is implemented by online delivery. But it is a kind of quote-unquote diploma mill. So once teachers suddenly become 1 million students, for 1 million students, and without any regulation, etc., etc. How we can collaborate together to prevent something like this? I believe, like Michael was saying, that actually MOOCs is very potential. It is the future of our journey in education. However, the downside is these diploma mills. Perhaps you can share your thoughts. Thank you.
I don't have the in-depth knowledge on this, but I can relate to you a certain story from under AUN we have a network. For example, the network of the libraries, university libraries. They also analyze the positive and negative aspects of the so-called learners' behavior in the modern digital societies. As you mentioned, they found a lot from their analysis, a lot of negative side. And we all know that the roles and functions of the library, university library, must change. And one of the things that I like to push forward is there should be one of the main organizations in the university that deal with MOOCs or online learning services. That one story. Another story that within ASEAN itself, the theme of the online threat go beyond our education field. It's gone to the threat, for example, online recruitment of students to the terrorist organization. And that worries the ASEAN authority quite a lot, including many ASEAN member states. So it go beyond our education field.
Right now, for example, I don't know where you can get it, but there is an AI machine, ChatGPT, that will provide all the answers to the students for take-home exams, for essay quizzes, etc. So we as a professor will then be cheated by our students because the answer is actually taken from the from the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We are a little bit behind of time right now. I wish we would have much more time, but sorry. Dr. Pongtawat, would you like to give a quick comment, please?
Okay, thank you very much for sharing the AUN perspective. I think the work AUN has been doing is benefiting the undergraduate student and graduate student a lot, right? It's in the university level. As I'm coming from the industrial side, I'm not from a university, so we are talking about the reskilling and upskilling. So I'm interested about something like not a full-blown programs, not a diploma, not a degree program, but maybe smaller certificate program or something like that, which I believe that it will be more common, and university will be taking more parts in this reskilling and upskilling of the workforce. So I would like to know the Asian perspective on this kind of maybe shorter course or shorter program that is coming. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very short answer. Malaysia is the leading country in doing this micro credentialing thing that serve the industry very well in collaboration with the industry. Apart from that, I wouldn't go too far to say I could see more good practices from within other countries. I think the starting point should be that we have a look at what the Malaysian university are doing. But there's also another aspect. When we talk about micro-credentialing, another aspect is that it may not involve university at all. It can be provided, as you mentioned, by anyone. That's another aspect. This demands a lot of attention from the government people, from the policy maker, because on the one hand, employers want graduates, or not necessarily graduates, want the workers that ready to do the job. But on the other hand, some employers, not all, some, don't trust the credential issued by the university. And that may be the coming trend. I don't see that as the major force as of now, but it may be in the future if universities are too slow to adapt. Nowadays, from my experience working with the AUNQA assessment, because we have to involve employers, each assessment we involve at least 20 employers per one degree program. From our interview, they are still very patient with us, but I don't know for how long. Meaning that they still cooperate well. They suggested some certain good advice. For example, in one country, we assess the engineering degree. They said they also want engineering graduates who have a good ethical code of conduct, because in that country there's a lot of, in the project management. In some country, we also found out that employers want graduate with a very global perspective, but at the same time, not ignoring the local gems, cultural heritage that exists. So that one, when we assess, I can mention the name. When we assess the architecture degree program in Indonesia, for example, they want graduates that know both the local heritage and the global trend and could combine, because that's the asset in design. So that's another example. Another one for short example is that nowadays most employers demands English skill from graduates. That's the trend. As I mentioned so far, employers are still very patient with us.
Thank you so much, Mr. Director. Okay, he really deserves big hand, of course. Since we are behind, a little bit behind of time, we should cut it short. May I please invite Madam Director of TCU to present Dr. Cholatit token of appreciation. So please. And after this, I would like to call everyone for a group photo. I mean, everyone on site first. Thank you. So once again, thank you so much, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, may I please invite everyone to come up to the front of the room for a group photo. Or stay, you staying and we take a photo back from the stage. Okay, stay where you are. The photographer will go on the stage and take the photo backward. How we do it? Oh, we need the signage. Okay, we need the signage. So I'm sorry. Okay, so please. Some please go up on the stage, please. So everyone, please join the speakers on the stage.
The host.
เชิญเลยครับ please เชิญเลยครับทุกท่านครับเชิญเลยครับข้างหน้าได้เลยครับยืนข้างหน้าได้เลยครับถ้าใครข้างบนเต็มแล้วเชิญเลยนะครับเชิญเลยนะครับแล้วก็okay anyone else all right okay now may I please remove your mask and hold your breath don't talk for 5 minutes oh no okayครับ thank you so much ครับ ladies and gentlemen let's take a 10 minutes break and after that we will be hearing presentations from ASEAN nations including secret from the country like Indonesia, Korea, Malaysia and all so see you in 10 minutes
Yeah, but I think we sometimes in online learning they have an estimation of the learning time. So I think that should be included if there's the student they
everything. We adapted it from the European. They also practice this part of the learning online.
That would be great.
But actually, Malaysia is we got a good result from Malaysia. We could measure it well.
Yeah. We have this MOOC quality assurance guideline, MOOC Malaysia quality assurance guideline.
and gentlemen, our next session is about to start. So if you're still outside, could you please make your way back to the room? Dear participants online, on Zoom and on Facebook group, we will resume our next session very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Allow me to introduce you our next session. The next session will be presentations on the progress and achievements of each country MOOCs and online learning. The presentation will be by alphabetical order of the participating countries. We will start with Indonesia, then we will travel to Korea, to Malaysia, to the Philippines, and then lastly, here, Thailand. Okay, each presenter will be assigned about 50 minutes for their presentation with 5 minutes for Q&A. So all up 20 minutes. Okay, I would say around that. Okay, and we will start with the first country. We will travel to Indonesia. With this, it is an absolute honor to have Professor Paulina Pennen, Chairman of ICE Institute, Universitas Terbuka, Indonesia, with us. Ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, welcome Professor Paulina.
Thank you, Michael, our moderator, and thank you very much, everybody. Special thanks to my dearest friend, Professor Tiffany from Thai Saber University, who has been hosting and generous enough to provide us with everything for today's meeting, which is very important meeting as we start together to talk about the ASEAN MOOCs in ASEAN countries. Usually we talk about it in each of our country, our own country, but now we gather here together with the facilitation and the hosting from Thai Cyber University to discuss about MOOCs in Asian countries. Allow me to start with the Indonesian one. MOOCs in Indonesia actually emerge from the distance education practices. So that's why I think what we want to see. It's okay, I can do that. No problem. What we start in Indonesia is take a look at the distance education stories in Indonesia. The milestone starting from the 1950s when distance education was introduced to Indonesia, especially for teachers training. Along those course of time until 2021 when ICE Institute, Indonesia Cyber Education Institute, is being established, mostly the intention or the goals of distance education in Indonesia has been widening access to education. Why? Because we have more than 20 million graduates per year who can go into higher education, but our higher education system is can only take about 38% per year up to now. So widening access to higher education, that is the first one. And the second one is equity in education, because we have what we call 3Ts area, that is the remote areas, the disadvantaged areas, and the less benefited areas, where students cannot go outside their areas because of economics or time constraint to study. So we want the education to come to them. So that is equity in education. The other thing is that, as we have already mentioned just now about the quality of education in Indonesia, there's a high disparity among all the higher education institutions, as well as the practices, which is not very much acceptable to all of us academicians. That is the diploma mill. So we want to distribute quality education for everyone, not nobody left behind, and they said. So that's mostly the intention or the goals of distance education in Indonesia. However, in the late 10 years, I believe it is already shifting. The intention and the goals is a bit shifting. The first one, not only widening access, but also increasing higher education gross enrollment ratio. So that is very quantitative. We need to increase that. Why? We learn from South Korea, for example. South Korea has already got 95% GER, gross enrollment ratio. And Indonesia right now is about, I don't know, around 60-something%. So it's really low in terms of higher education. Yeah, and now in the ministry itself, it has per year it has about 38% only. So that's one thing. The other thing is that we have new trends or new movement that is preparing our graduates for pre-employed graduates to be ready for working. We have a lot of problems, like 10% or 11% of our graduates could not find work. Then the industry said that because they are not ready for working. So that's why we also shift the goals of our distance education, not only for widening access and quality education, but also for preparing our graduates or pre-employed graduates to be ready for working. We have the policies regarding distance education, including MOOCs in it, in which we said that any study programs, face-to-face or conventional study programs, can have up to 49% courses delivered via online in the form of MOOCs or blended course. So it's up to them, because usually the academic community wants to decide by themselves, fine, but it can only go up to 49% out of the curriculum. So that's one thing. The other thing is that if you go beyond that, then it means it is a new study program, a distance education study program, which has to have permission, legal permission from the ministry. The other thing is that the newest policy regarding Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka or Freedom Learning Freedom Campus, this new policy is related very much to the preparation of graduates or pre-employed graduates for working. The ministry said that through this Freedom Learning Freedom Campus, students can go out of the campus for 3 semesters, whether they can use it for internship, other programs like, for example, making a project in the village, or doing a research or students exchange, or independently study. So the goals for this Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka, or MBKM we call it, is to increase the quality graduate for working, increase quality of the curriculum. Hopefully we can follow the AUN experience just now. And then we also hope that we can increase quality of researchers by exchanging them with each other and also internationally. The MOOCs in Indonesia started in 2014, so it's not really that long as distance education, but still it is moving forward. The first one is SPADA Indonesia, officiated in 2014, and then ICE Institute 2021. And then, of course, the universities also are able to develop their own MOOCs, like we have the UI, University Indonesia MOOCs, the UT MOOCs, Universitas Terbuka, the BINUS MOOCs, etc. There are a lot of other universities in Indonesia that develop their own MOOCs for their own purposes. And there is also private sectors, like Haruka Edu is the first one started, and then Indonesia X, second one, and then there is also Ruang Guru, etc. However, I don't know what happened, really. This is very interesting. Lately, they're just kind of dying down. This is the startup that I was thinking that they will grow bigger and bigger, perhaps becoming the unicorn later on. But I don't know, about 3 to 5 years after their initial setup, they are kind of diminishing right now. They are facing a lot of problems. So SPADA Indonesia launched in 2014. We got 500,000 students joining, 50,000 lecturers. If we are talking about Indonesia, the number is always big. So, okay. And then we have 2,000 institutions joining. We have 20,000 modules, 1,500 courses, etc. So this is the SPADA Indonesia is still going on. However, right now, SPADA Indonesia is more treated by the university as an open resources. So their students in any university would like to take the courses, can go to SPADA, but still the university professor is there, so they're using the SPADA courses as the open educational resources instead of fully MOOC or blended learning itself. And then we have the Universitas Terbuka courses, MOOCs of course, and then we have the Universitas Indonesia, and we have the Great Nusa or BINUS University, and then we have the Haruka Edu, and like I said, the Ruang Guru Online, and also Indonesia X. Indonesia X is already died down. Haruka Edu is still hanging in there, but with very slow. Ruang Guru is decreasing. So that will be interesting for all of us to compare, I believe. In each country, hopefully it will be different. And then we have the ICE Institute, which is very new, only 2 years old, up to now 1.5, perhaps. We were officiated in 2021. We have about 33 members of the consortium. We have courses, about 649, our own courses, but we are open since we collaborate also with EDX and also Coursera right now, and sweetangx.com, and then who else? UNESCO, ICE, IIOE. So all their collection are open to our users. And then the number of institutions joining as users is about 344 institutions. The students currently is 8,000 something. And then we also offer the micro-credential for game developer and also research collaboration. That's why I'm offering any of you, if you would like to have international research collaboration with ICE Institute, we can do that. Send your students to me for their master's degree or doctoral degree for research collaboration with our staff. And then what we have here is the collection. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the collection of ICE Institute in the ICE Institute website. We have the potential in Indonesia itself because it is very large population, very large country, and the internet penetration is very promising. However, we have the challenge, yes, first of all, digital literacy. Digital literacy coming is not only from students, Generation Z and Generation Y, I believe, is much more literate than us in terms of digital literacy. However, the lecturer and also the system itself, the system, some of the courses that is being developed, for example, by the faculty member is just repeating the face-to-face classroom actually, putting it together in the digital format into what they call MOOC, but that is not MOOC actually. So we need to, to do something with it. And perhaps through collaboration we can do that. And then the collaboration, this has to go with the sustainability because I believe in terms of MOOCs, if we do not collaborate, it will be difficult, it will be expensive, it will be energy wasting. So we need to collaborate, like for example, all the MOOCs in the Philippines can be accessible by the Indonesian market. And the Indonesian MOOCs can also be available in the Thai market, etc. So if we collaborate, it's easy for us, to have great collection, wider collection for everybody, so that, choosing the courses will be much merrier. If we go to the mall, we would like to see a lot of fashions, etc. Not only a single store of the fashion, right? Usually like that. So we need to collaborate. And that will also guarantee sustainability. If we collaborate and we build our MOOCs at the same quality level, for example, we learn from each other, that will provide us sustainability, just like Professor Coltis, I believe, the director of AUN mentioned. And then the difficult part is recognition, of course. It is not the students doesn't want to take the MOOCs, but their efforts usually are not being recognized by the university. They cannot be integrated into the curriculum, or even if it is integrated, it's only an additional or elective courses. So usually, they understand, the students understand these courses are of top university. Why is it only regarded as elective or additional course? So they require a lot more recognition, and we as provider also would like to have a lot more recognition. So the best thing is that if we can open access to everyone in the country, exchange access, perhaps we can see how we can recognize each other in terms of our MOOCs. And if there is standard, like Ibu Nurbiha said, across countries in terms of MOOCs, that will be much better. I have already did some research in terms of social-emotional experience, for example, in our students, the first, second, 2 semesters. Well, as usual, students is not really that enthusiastic. What we called that, perhaps it is because the one developing the ICE Institute is already with the gray hair from traditional generation, not from Gen Z. Okay, we need to shape up our website, our courses, etc., with the more younger perspective, right? And then for the technology acceptance model, the students reflected that, well, the ease of access to online course influenced greatly towards the benefit felt by the users, although they don't have facilities, etc. However, the ease of access cannot be done without a good connection of internet, and that is I think the current problem in Indonesia still, especially at the remote area. And for the lecturers, they said that availability of facilities, they don't want to borrow the laptop from the office, they want to use their own laptop at home, for example, and then also have the internet provided, etc. So this is just a reflection coming from students and also coming from the lecturers. So that's about it in Indonesia right now. We are moving forward. Once again, I call for the collaboration among us, and everybody would like to do a collaboration in any ways in terms of developing some tools together that will apply for all of us, or doing the research, or contributing and opening access. Thank you very much.
Wow, that is very insightful. Now we learn about Indonesian secret.
Okay.
Please stay on the stage, please.
Okay.
Any questions from the floor, please, or any comments, please? Don't get panic. Since we are behind the time, we will make a little bit of a program alteration. Philippines and Thailand will now be presenting after lunch break. So now we have more time to breathe. Okay, so if you have anything you like to discuss or you want to ask, please do now. Ajahn Jintawi, please.
Yes. Professor Paulina, your model about the collaboration with the private sector, you mentioned about the other MOOC platform, the international one like Coursera, and another one I could not recall, but how it works, like in collaboration with those private sector,
Yes.
because it sounds very interesting.
Thank you. Can I say that it is only for this room? Okay. Hopefully nobody is from Coursera or EDX here, okay? Because we found out that, okay, especially from Coursera and EDX, regarding the Swetang X, etc., we got everything for free. From EDX and Coursera, actually, we got what we called education bundle. So we negotiate at the very lowest price possible. That's one thing. And they can use us at the highest possible to their expense, okay? It's just an exchange. That's one thing, like marketing and always putting EDX and Coursera in my PowerPoint, etc. That is marketing for them. That's one thing. Second thing is that we learned that Coursera is very good in terms of their service. Like, for example, they are doing curation for curriculum based on our requests. Like, for example, I request, okay, please send us some micro-credentials curriculum, potential micro-credentials for teachers, digital transformation. Like, for example, big data for teachers, they will come up with several courses, etc. And they are willing to provide certificate for those micro-credentials. So that's really good, okay? However, with EDX, it is not like that. EDX is more toward the facilitating. They said, okay, I was able to negotiate the same price for 3 semesters instead of 1 year. Okay, so for $1, for example, I said 3 semesters, not 1 year. Okay, I said. So it's more toward that, so we can gather more participants. Okay, for 3 semesters, for example, you can get 3 people, right? In terms of MOOCs, not the one all the time. in terms of courses in the curriculum, degree program, yes, you can get only one. But in terms of MOOCs, you can have for each semester different students. So EDX is facilitating that way. So that's our experience. Please negotiate hard with them.
We need to learn from you. Thank you very much.
Paulina, thank you so much for your presentation. I think that we go in the second phase of MOOC courses. And actually, let me ask you back to the during the COVID pandemic, how is ICE your institute, what that you promote MOOC or and how feeling of the student and how feeling of the instructor use that one or anything. Could you please share us with the situation in Indonesia?
Thank you, Madam President of Thai Cyber University. In Indonesia, during the COVID-19, ICE is just providing everything, including the blended mode situation, because it's a mandatory from the government that it is the only online platform available in Indonesia, so we have to provide everything. So now we are trying to select which one is our priority, because we cannot provide a lot of things, okay? Because right now they are already going back to face-to-face situation, okay? Conventional teaching and learning process in the in the campus, mostly. But some of them a little bit, they are doing still remote learning or learning from home situation, and the MBKM program is still open, so we can join that. So the enrollment is a little bit down, and coming from the big cities, from the big universities, because they are already into the face-to-face again. However, the government said that now you have to go to the 3 T's areas, the remote areas, the disadvantaged areas, the outer part of Indonesia. So that's how we do it. And then the other thing is that we become the national ambassador for education, for example, ICE Institute, like offering a diplomacy collaboration with Sri Lanka, because they are economically going down, and we could not help in terms of economics, but we can help in terms of offering education for them coming from the international setting. So that's what we are doing, and we hope also to be able to do that to Nepal and Bhutan, etc., and some African countries. So those are the things, Professor Tiffany, and that's why I would like to suggest once again collaboration in terms of accessing each other, so that we can open, even if you are still in Thailand, but still you can assist together, we can assist Africa, and we can assist, many more countries. You can take advantage of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So give a big hand to her again, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I please invite Mademoiselle Director Tapani to present a token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, so far keywords from our presenters involving heavily on collaboration. So let's hear from our next presenter whether collaboration will be needed or will be focused as well or not. Next, it is my absolute honor again to be hearing from Republic of Korea. In this session, we will be hearing from Dr. Hun Ju So. Dr. So is the Director of External Affairs at National Institute of Lifelong Education of the Republic of Korea, or what we know in short as NILE, NILE. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor So.
Good morning, everyone. The audience on site and the online audience. Thank you for having me this wonderful venue. Today, what I want to talk about is, I briefly mentioned the definition of MOOCs and background for KMOOC and objectives and missions for KMOOC. I just briefly mentioned. And then I little bit explain more about ecosystem of KMOOCs and the credit recognition and usage of KMOOCs. And then I briefly mentioned the roadmap for KMOOC, and we are now in search of our sustainable model for KMOOCs. So I will conclude by just briefly explain what we are considering. Okay? So most of you knows what the MOOC is. So the KMOOC is Korean style, free, online based, this kind of life learning programs. So that's it. And the background. There are two important challenges facing Republic of Korea. The first one is the international spread of MOOCs and to the shifting paradigm of higher education. Between 2012 and 2015, there emerged many MOOCs around the globe. So many Korean universities, and also the Ministry of Education, they were very interested in the spread of MOOCs. So the Ministry of Education, they want to respond to the international spread of MOOCs and the paradigm shift in higher education. So as I mentioned, the Korean universities were increasingly interested in MOOCs, yet there were limits for their response to this at the individual university level. This is because there was no independent common MOOC platforms, and also there's no supporting and dedicated agencies like National Institute for Lifelong Education. So in order to enhance the global competitiveness of universities in Korea, the Ministry of Education, they began to consider actively the introduction of Korean-style MOOCs program in 2014. And second background is due to the rapid aging population and high job mobility in Korean society, there has been a great demand for higher lifelong learning for people's continuous competency development. In the case of Korea, those people's interest in and their demand for lifelong learning have been increasing owing to the decrease in adult competency and the prospects of a decrease in the working force aged between 15 to 64. These suggest that it is necessary to lay the foundation for lifelong learning, as well as to contribute to the development of national human resource development through digitizing, opening, and sharing quality universities' learning resources systematically. So against this backdrops, the Korea, we introduced MOOC service, K-MOOC service for general publics and also university students. So here, October 14th of 2015, the K-MOOC service officially launched. So around 10 universities, actually top-tier university, they participate in K-MOOC service originally, including Seoul National University, Yonsei University, and Korea University, Chunghwa University, to mention just a few. Okay. And next, the objectives and missions of K-MOOCs. There are 4 objectives, at the same time missions. The first one is through MOOCs, introducing MOOCs, innovating teaching and learning method in higher educations. And the second, as I mentioned before, the MOE, the Ministry of Education, they have proactive stance against the international proliferation of MOOCs. And thirdly, the MOE, they want to realize equal opportunities for higher education and lifelong learnings for general public in Korea. And finally, through these objectives, the MOE, they want to establish a foundation for lifelong learning in the era of Homo 100. So that is the objective and missions of K-MOOC. And now look at the ecosystem of K-MOOCs. As you can see, the slides, there are about 5 actors in K-MOOC ecosystems. The first, most important, is the Ministry of Education. The MOE, as government organizations, is located on the top of K-MOOC service delivery systems. The primary roles of MOE are to establish annual basic operation plan for K-MOOC service at the beginning of each year, as well as to supervise its overall operations. The second is National Institute for Lifelong Education. I belongs to the National Institute for Lifelong Education. It's kind of, NILE is kind of implementation organizations. So under the supervision of the Ministry of Education, we implement the K-MOOC service. I think that's enough explanation. And thirdly, the K-MOOC service has the course evaluation and selection committee. This committee is in charge of deliberation on overall K-MOOC curriculum development and operations, including review of similarities and overlap with existing courses, selection of courses which are to be developed, and deliberation of performance evaluation results. Fourth, there's a K-MOOC steering committees. There are some couple of committees plays important roles of advising on various matters related to management and operation of K-MOOC service, as well as consulting and deliberating on matters related to performance evaluation and project management inspections. The committee is also operated by Department of K-MOOC Operation Unit at National Institute for Lifelong Education and supervised by the MOE. And fifth, there is some MOOC development and operation institutions. Until recently, most of them have been higher education institutions. As contents provider and operators, they are obliged to establish an annual business plan to report its progress as well as its performance. Further, they are recommended to participate in the MOOC University Council consist of participating universities. The sixth and finally, there are various relevant organizations and MOU institutions. They include national and international institutions as well as public and private ones. For example, the government ministries in Korea, such as the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Employment and Labor, have actively promoted KMOOC contents as a regular in-service vocational training for their officers and staffs. Next, education broadcasting systems and Jungang Dongyang Broadcasting Company, JTBC, that's quite newly emerged and also famous broadcasting systems, have made a strategic partnership with KMOOC service and provide the newly designed quality short MOOC series, such as Great Minds and Differential KMOOC class since 2021. So, and also, KMOOC service has maintained a constructive and cooperative relationship with foreign MOOCs platforms, including Fun MOOC, France, and Thai MOOC, Thailand, and Suetang since 2017. The exchange and cooperation between KMOOC and foreign MOOC platforms take various forms such as cross-loading of contents and provision of multilingual subtitles. And maybe this is the focus of my presentations, credit recognition and usages. Starting from 2017, when the KMOOC service was stabilized to a certain degree, the Ministry of Education has begun to actively consider promoting both accreditation and usage of KMOOCs, because the KMOOC service is funded by national grant, people's tax. So if somebody or if the National Institute for Lifelong Education developed some learning contents, it should be used by wider public. So MOE, they took various policy options. The first one, it has expanded the usage of MOOCs and credit recognition among KMOOC leading universities. We designate leading MOOC universities, about 50 something. And second, it has encouraged credit recognition and exchange between KMOOC participating universities by making MOU one another. And third, it has also fostered the development and use of KMOOCs by non-participating universities. So non-participating universities, we encourage them for their students to take the courses provided by MOOC participating universities. And fourth, it has promoted both public institutions and private corporates to use KMOOCs in their in-service vocational education and training and adult lifelong educations. Finally, it has offered participating institutions the best practice of credit recognition as a reference and built credit recognition related information systems, thereby allowing learners to easily check the availability of accreditation status at a glance. So we made a system, thereby learners, they can easily access and then check the availability of credit recognition of MOOCs. And also, the revision of the enforcement degree of Act on Recognition of Academic Credits in 2018 had served as a great impetus for the expansion of credit recognition and the usage of KMOOCs. And after that, some follow-up measures followed. The first one, KMOOC platform has improved. It introduced a couple of new features such as test flow prevention systems and progress monitoring systems in order to enhance the credibility of K-MOOC-based academic credit bank system in 2019. Secondly, K-MOOC service has supported the opening of credit recognition courses at existing K-MOOC participating universities, all of which are assessed and recognized by the academic credit bank system. Thirdly, this kind of measures has been also encouraged by providing the participating universities which developed and operate the credit recognition courses with the financial incentives, which supports credit recognition course operation cost, including examination preparation, grading, and TA employment cost, approximately $10,000 per course, as well as with a preferential treatment, which gives a participating university an additional extra point for yearly assessment of K-MOOC operations. So every year, the participating universities, they have to undergo the assessment process. So if they give some credit recognition course, they get extra point. So that is the kind of the incentives. So now this is a brief the roadmap for K-MOOC service. The first phase covers 2015 until 2018, and so we are now the third phase. So the third phase focused on the introduction of a paid service, but currently we haven't introduced the paid service because, as I mentioned before, the K-MOOC service has been funded by national grant. So the parliamentary members haven't allowed the MOE to introduce the paid service. But in the next 5 years, I think the MOE, they will actively consider introducing a paid service. So next slide, I can give you some, we are trying to find the sustainable model of the K-MOOCs. So there are 2 points in our sustainable models. The first one is introduction of a new degree program and digital batch. So introduce a new degree scheme in which a learner can obtain either associate degree or bachelor's degree by selecting and combining, that is, curating the online courses in the digital field, such as metaverse, AI, software. The learners pay course fee to content providers, such as university and corporates. So now the K-MOOC expands their courses, including K-MOOC contents and other online contents provided by private or public institutions. So learners, they can choose and combine, and then they get their degrees. And also connect the course completion results to digital batches to expand and support the job opportunities, thereby enhancing the usage of MOOCs. For example, K-MOOCs, the metro programs, also which operated by NILE, and universities' online courses and corporate online courses. So we try to connect all those online courses. The second is expansion of openness and sharing of quality MOOCs. To promote the development of brand new style MOOC courses such as competence and skill-based short-term courses, maybe micro credit course, as well as university joint MOOC courses. So usually the MOOC participating universities, they developed and operating their own MOOCs only. But now learners, they can link and combining different MOOCs provided by different universities. If they finished, they can get some kind of qualifications. That's our future point. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Opa. This is no wonder why I always refer to him
ไม่ได้
as
ไหมที่ส่งไปอะ
K-MOOC Daddy. Since I know him for I think nearly 10 years,
โอเค
he was a fundamental
ไม่บอก
person
นะว่า
pushing
จะแก้ไขยังไง
the success of K-MOOC since the day one. So I think we have heard from the best guy who can share with us about K-MOOC. So with this, we learned that K-MOOC is very advanced, as you can see from his slide. Perhaps this is the only MOOC that talk about big data so far since this morning. So that is a big advancement. So I would now open the floor. If you have any questions or comment, please. Or even from online, if you have any questions. Okay, online people ask for slides. Okay, with permission from the speakers, if we receive the permission, we will surely make the slides available to the public to download. Okay, but now if you have any questions or comments, please. I think we Professor Thapani.
Thank you very much,
but
Dr.
now if
Su,
you have
for
any
your
questions or
wonderful
comments, please.
presentation.
I think we
Actually, for our collaboration, Thai MOOC, between Thai MOOC and K-MOOC in the past and continue to present. Actually, could you please give us for more detail for our K-MOOC courses that collaborate for Thai MOOC, and please continue to the model of K-MOOC Credit Bank or Korea Credit Bank transfer from all MOOC from all Korea University. Is it possible? Example like how that university that opened the MOOC courses under the K-MOOC project, how they can keep the credit, and how they transfer each credit to their university, something like that. I trust that you will give us for more detail on that one, because of Thailand is just start for our national credit bank system. We trust that Korea is our mentor for this project. Thank you very much.
As I mentioned during my presentations, since 2017, MOE, the Ministry of Education, strongly recommend the universities to introduce the credit recognitions. And also, as I mentioned before, I think this is very important to establish the legal basis for introducing credit recognition. Usually in Korea, if the government set a kind of reference or legal frames, and then universities, they follow. It's kind of like a culture. So, for example, the validation of prior learnings, for example, the government, they try to introduce that policy scheme to universities. The universities, they hesitate to introduce that kind of scheme. So the Ministry of Education, they actively persuade the university chair to consider that kind of policy schemes. But on the side of university, they said, oh, there's no legal framework for introducing this kind of difficult institutions. So the first one is the government, for government to lay the foundation, legal foundations for that institutions. So 2019, around 19, the Minister of Education, they revise the law. And then suddenly the university, they change their attitudes towards the credit recognition. So I just briefly mentioned I give you some status of regular credit recognition by participating universities is as follows. A total of 41 universities participate in K-MOOC academic credit recognition scheme. More specifically, while 164 MOOCs were recognized as regular credit course by universities themselves, which developed and operate their own MOOCs. And 413 MOOCs were accepted as a regular credit course at other universities, which do not provide or operate MOOCs. And also, regardless of whether they were MOOC contents providers or not. In addition, the number of MOOCs which are recognized as official credit course in the academic bank systems rose up to 32 in 2021 from 27 in 2020. So I think the first is kind of the responsibility of government is to lay the legal foundations for credit recognitions, and then persuade the universities and corporates to accept.
Okay, please. อาจารย์ไต่ครับไมโครโฟน
You were saying that there are courses that is credit bearing and recognized, and I assume there are also courses that is not credit bearing and not credit recognized. How and what is there any existing standards that differentiate these two? How do you define that this course is credit bearing and not credit bearing? Is there any standards or is there any reviewing process to that specific MOOCs that can differentiate that, or is it just that because this university has participated in K-MOOC Alliance and that means all of the MOOCs offered by that university is credit bearing?
Very good question. I think as I mentioned, the book delivery systems of K-MOOC service, I think there is no officially the body to review what you mentioned. But I think the university themselves, they choose on the basis of like kind of quality or the acceptance of the professor.
So yeah, what I mean to say is that I was thinking if there are any expert reviews on that MOOCs or like
Of course, yes.
yeah the
We have two levels of quality control systems. The MOE and National Institute for Lifelong Education, we maintain a specific committee on quality assurance. And also universities themselves, they have internal quality assurance mechanisms. It's compulsory. But so all of MOOCs provided K-MOOC platforms are quality assured contents. But still, some K-MOOCs, they are credit courses, recognition courses, but others are not.
How is that differentiated? Is
So-
based on because the university does not recognize or how?
The university themselves, they decide.
Oh,
Because the MOE or the National Institute for Lifelong Education, they cannot force them to accept what we ask them to do regarding credit recognition. So they decide themselves. It's kind of autonomy, something like that. Because the professors, they tend not to accept what the government asks them to do. So.
Okay, thank you so much. And Madam Chancellor, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for that presentation. And just like Thailand, we are also looking at the K-MOOC to guide us on how we are going to move forward our MOOCs in the Philippines. So actually my question is related to her question. How do you determine, in terms of the credit equivalency? So like for instance, is one MOOC directly equivalent to the credit course that is required under a degree program? So if I may cite an example, in the Philippines, usually our credit courses carry 3 units. And for that to happen in a MOOC, then we have to have that long course that would run for 48 hours or so, which is not advisable for a MOOC. So how do you assign equivalent credits to the MOOC that will be recognized by universities? Is there a guideline also from your MOE? Thank you.
Around 2017 or 2018, I cannot remember, but the early stage of K-MOOC, we thought, at that time I was director general in charge of K-MOOC, we thought, we tried to persuade the universities to actively introduce the MOOC into their teaching systems. So we refer to the long distance learning, that there's a law related to long distance learning something, and we check that clause of that law, and we find the long distance learning usually convert the hours of learning into the credit. So we consult that phrase. So maybe I guess 20 minutes equals to like 1 credit something.
About
So
35%.
we request the university professors, if they develop their own course, please convert their time or course into like 1 credit or until maximum 3 credit, something like that.
Wow, that is a great example. So thank you so much, Professor. Okay, Professor Jintavi, please.
May I further ask a bit about these 2 questions, because it's very, very interesting, and I think it's something that we still seek the solution in Thailand. So those credit courses, may I ask about the content? What are those? What kind of the content of those courses? This is the basic courses, like 101.
No, every content.
It's not like the common content that many university uses.
But
it's like something specialized.
If university they are reluctant to accept the credit recognition systems, maybe we can designate it the specific subject areas, like the subject related to fourth industrial revolutions. So you can put some priority.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you
That's
very
it.
much.
Okay, actually, related questions. You also mentioned that there is also a cost from the private sector or industry, right? Not from the university, which is the cost may be also accredited. I mean, the cost that is not from university is
Sorry.
also can be credited or not. The cost that is not from university, the cost from a company, is can it be credited?
No, currently we just for university courses, not like a business side. But in the next 5 years, the MOE, the Minister of Education, they will try. So as I mentioned during my presentations, the MOE, they allow the learners to select, choose, and combine, curate their own online courses provided by universities and public or private corporates. And then if they complete their courses, they can get some kind of diploma or qualifications. Of course, they have to pay for their contents, learning.
Oh well, now we learn that perhaps in 5 years from now in Korea, non-academic institutions can offer credit. So that would be interesting.
Just my final comment. The K-MOOC service will introduce the digital batch, but the question remains, for what? Why do we have to consider introducing paid service and digital batch? For what? If I finish some course and I get digital batch, for what? So that is the most important questions that we have to address in the next 5 to 10 years to have some kind of sustainability of MOOC platforms. The answer is, of course, job opportunities. So we have to make a strong partnership with the private corporates, make them employ the learners who have the digital batches. Thank you.
Okay, I think that is about it. Thank you very much, Professor So. And may I please invite Professor Dr. Jintavi to present Professor So a token of appreciation, please. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, good time seems so short. We are approaching lunchtime, but before lunch, we do have very important session coming up as well. The last presenter before lunch would be from Malaysia. And allow me to remind you again that the Philippines and Thailand will be presenting after lunch break. From now, may I please introduce Professor Nurbiha A. Shukar, Deputy Director, Center of Advancement in Digital and Flexible Learning, UTM CDX. She is also Chair, Malaysia Public University E-Learning Council, or what we know as MIAPTA. Ladies and gentlemen, as Dr. Cholatit this morning mentioned that Malaysia is doing so well in terms of quality assurance. So I believe that Professor Nubihar will have some secret from Malaysia to share with us. So without further delay, please welcome her. Thank you.
Look at my screen. Okay, a very good morning to everyone. So I'll be sharing about MOOC current trends. Sorry, Malaysia MOOC. Can I just no, not yet. Thai MOOC กดแชร์ไม่ได้ค่ะ Sorry for that. No problem. Okay. This one. All right. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, no problem. Okay. So I'm going to talk about a little bit about how Malaysia is planning for MOOCs since 2014. We started in 2014. Until recently, what would be our current status? And I will briefly talk about, mainly talk about two things. Number one is about our personalized curriculum framework for MOOCs. That would include stackable degree. And number two is about the MOOC credit transfer in Malaysia, how it works. If KMOOC is using learning hours to convert that into credits, we didn't use learning hours to convert that into credits, but we use content similarity up to 80%. So maybe I'll be explaining about that later. And a little bit about what we are doing currently in Malaysia related to MOOCs. So this is our main, I would say, the guiding document, the Malaysia Higher Education Blueprint, in which it highlighted about globalized online learning and nation of lifelong learners, which is shift number 9 and shift number 3. This is the government document, the Ministry of Higher Education document related to higher education in Malaysia. And under this document, we have all these initiatives related to online learning, micro-credentials, massive open online courses, the My Digital Educator, blended learning, online learning, OER, and ODL. So these initiatives are government funded, but the MOOCs initiative is initially government-led initiative, which means that it is funded by the taxpayers, Malaysian taxpayers. However, since 2016, it is no longer funded by government directly, but it is more like a university-led initiative. So we have universities still doing and developing MOOCs actively, and there are also universities who are moving away, not really moving away from MOOCs, but they are moving forward to micro-credentials in specific. So maybe I'll talk a little bit about micro-credentials as well, since Professor Coltis has mentioned that just now. So based on the national document, that is by 2025, we want to have more courses offering in blended mode. And for that, we started with 4 MOOCs in Malaysia in 2014. I think KMOOC started with 27 courses. We start with 4 universities, and each university offer 1 courses that is shareable to all. That 4 courses. These 4 courses are compulsory courses for all Malaysian students. So these 4 courses is obviously a shareable courses. Although it is offered by my university, it is also has and accessible to other universities in Malaysia. And then we start with credit transfer. And we try to make this alliance, the Malaysia MOOC. However, we went through a little bit of setback related to MOOC Malaysia, but we are going to establish that again this year. We have the national platform. I think when we met in Korea, we do not have the name yet, but now we have the name. The name is ELMI, E-Learning Malaysia. So that will be our national platform. We hope to establish academic credit bank as well at national level, and we are going to host everything related to online learning on that platform as a national learning platform. So I was informed that ELMI will be available in 2024. It is now in the process of development. And for now, previously, what we understand MOOCs in Malaysia is that it is a course in which if a student or a learner enroll in that course, they can quickly apply for credit transfer, and usually it is a full course in which usually it carries about 2 credits or 3 credits. However, recently we started to offer bite-sized courses. Previously, our courses are not bite-sized at all. Not bite-sized, it means that you have to spend about maybe 120 hours of learning online, and then of course you can take that, you can take 1 month or 2 years even to learn that 120 hours course. But recently, we started to develop bite-sized courses, and then this can even carry up to only 1 credit. However, in Malaysia, we call these bite-sized courses as micro-credentials. We tend to call it micro-credential, when in fact that it is just a normal online course. But that is what being widely understood. But we try to correct this misconception, because MOOCs can also carry micro-credentials. MOOCs can carry credentials, bite-sized courses can also carry credentials. So that is what happened. And we have this document, national level document, guidelines on credit transfer for MOOCs. This one is a very important document in which universities use this document to convince the Senate members, because we know university has their own autonomy in offering academic courses. So this document serves as the to assure the higher education providers that when you offer MOOCs, it will be recognized even by the Malaysian Qualification Agency. So this document is very important. So universities are seeking for the validation in which the Qualification Agency says that yes, okay, it is okay for you to offer your courses in form of MOOCs. And then we have the guidelines for development and delivery of Malaysia MOOC. So I think this morning we talk about how do we assure the quality of online learning. So we did have a MOOC quality assurance document. This is this document down here. This is the Amalan Quality MOOC Malaysia. So we try to set it is not a standard, but it is a guidelines that every MOOC should have when they want to offer a MOOC that is credit bearing. So we have the calculation for learning time, we have the calculation for example, for video, what your video should have, the kind of subtitles and things like that. We have that in this document. How should you write your course learning outcome? It is stated in this document. And then we have some research about that and the impacts in this book. And we also have these guidelines to good practices for micro-credential. This is also an important document in which the Malaysian Qualification Agency, who who declares that our program is up to the quality, so they produce this, we work together to produce this micro-credentials guideline to say that anyone who learn through micro-credential, through bite-sized courses, and through MOOCs, they can also apply for credit transfer. And then we have this document. This is when I think Indonesia was saying that the online learning is different than ODL, up to 50%, 49%. You were saying 49%. For us in Malaysia, if an academic program offers or students learn online, up to 60% of the courses in one academic program is conducted online, it is still called traditional academic program. If that academic program has more than 60% of their courses offered online, then we call it as ODL program. When it is an ODL program, they have to apply to the Malaysian Qualification Agency again for the new registration of the program. So ours is 60% of courses. But in this ODL, although it is said that an ODL program, the delivery is open and distance, but the courses inside the ODL program has to exceed 80% delivery in an ODL mode. So in an ODL academic program, each and every courses of ODL program, it has to be more than 80% conducted in ODL mode. Then it is called ODL program. So we have two levels, course level and academic program level, the percentage. So we have, that is about entirely online or open and distance. We also have online learning, blended learning. We also have certain percentage for blended learning. So for courses to be declared as blended learning in Malaysia is when you deliver your courses 30% to 79% online. We use the worldwide definition. Then it is a blended learning course. When it is a blended learning course, you cannot reach that 80%, because once it is 80%, then it falls here. And then you need to apply for a new registration of the program. So we have a guideline for blended learning delivery. So we have, related to online learning, as I mentioned just now, we have several initiatives: online learning, blended learning, MOOCs, micro-credentials, and OCW, of course. So this is, we have micro-credentials 192. When I said micro-credentials here, this means that they are in bite sizes, as I said just now. When I say it is MOOCs, then it means you have a very lengthy course that up to 3 hours, 3 credit, that carries almost 3 credit. So that's how we differentiate right now. But all our MOOCs also carry credentials. All our bite-sized courses also carry credentials. So we have our upskilling and reskilling program to train our lecturers to develop online program, online courses. And then this is where we are heading right now. The curriculum framework. Similar to Korea, the university needs to be convinced that, whatever we are doing is being accepted by accreditation body. So this is what, at national level, we came up with the Excel curriculum framework. This framework, they have actually 4 thrusts. Number 1 is ideal. It is industry-based curriculum. Number 2 is CARE. It is community-based learning curriculum. Number 3 is real, research-based curriculum. So they have certain number of hours when in their academic program that they do research. And the one that is related to MOOCs and micro-credential is POISE, which is Personalized Experiential Learning Framework. So in this curriculum POISE framework, this is what happened. You can spend up to 40 credits. Let's say we need 120 credits in one academic program. You can spend up to 40 credits exploring any areas. Like for example, I am someone who did not immediately further my study after my secondary school education. So I spent some time working, for example. Then after some time, then I still do not know what I want to do. What do I want to study? So you can explore up to 40 credits in the academic program to search for, I want to take some courses related to engineering, some courses related to arts, and something else. You can spend up to 40 credits. And we call that as passion driven. And then you can, after you have found what you are passionate about, and then you can continue the rest of the credits in that track. You can also have competency driven and mastery driven. So this is the framework. But this is not yet, I think we have one academic degree program that is such as this, that use such framework. So where micro-credential and MOOCs came into place is that you can do this exploration through MOOCs or micro-credential. Take any courses that you want from all over the world and then gather that into 40 credits. So you do not have to, take all the 40 credits from the university courses. You can take that from MOOCs, from micro-credential, from wherever, and then apply for transfer credit in this curriculum structure. And then maybe you take the rest of the credits based on face-to-face learning, maybe in university, after you have done your aspiration. And the same thing goes to all the other levels. So this is just the framework. And then the MOOC credit transfer. In Malaysia, you can apply for MOOC credit transfer up to 30% of your graduating credits. However, on top of this 30% credit transfer, you can also transfer up to another 30% of credit transfer through your prior working experience. So in all, you can transfer up to 60% of credits when you want to apply for a degree. 30% through fast-track MOOC credit transfer, another 30% through your working experience. So that is about 60%. You can apply up to 60% of credit transfer. So you spend very little time at your university. Another 40% to graduate. So this is where, in this document, it is stated here. And maybe if we have time, I'm going to share how my university is implementing this. We have 14 students applied for credit transfer through MOOCs. We have generated some income through this credit transfer process because it is no longer government-led initiative because it is funded by university itself. So I think we have earned about 6,000 USD from the processes, because what students have to do is that they learn through MOOCs and then they come to the faculty, they fill in a form, and then the head of the department will take the form and look at the certificate, and the CLO, they have to provide the cost learning outcome and all, and then the head of the department will send this document. If they do not have the experts at their faculty, they will send this document to my center, and my center will look for related experts to authenticate students' knowledge acquired in that MOOC. So we have a second assessment for the student to test whether the authenticity of the person taking the course. So this is what we do. And then how they apply for credit transfer, they have to pass a minimum grade for postgraduate is B-, and this grade is not is not calculated in their we just calculated their credits. So if they pass this grade, and then they will be granted the credits. So how we calculate the similarity is based on number one, 80% similarity of course learning outcome and 80% similarity of content. So that is how we do it. And then these are the processes. I think I'll be sharing this slide. So this is the MOOC credits transfer process that we have at our university. So they obtain the certificate, apply for credit transfer, evaluate the application, if they are eligible, and then they will go through all these processes. They have to pay for a fee. And one credit, the payment is based on number of credits. So this is what we do at our university. And then these other actions that we do through MOOCs. And the nearest one, or our very nearest project with Ministry of Higher Education, is this hybrid learning guidelines. By hybrid, we means that you are teaching physical and online at the same time. So we are currently developing the hybrid learning guidelines to accommodate more for students at remote as well as physical. I think the rest of it, I think I have shared with the rest of it. I think we will have these slides later on because the time is up. So thank you very much. That's all from me.
I think there should be some questions from the floor. This presentation is, of course, oh wow, very interesting indeed. So now, any comments or questions, please? Okay, Madam Chancellor, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for that presentation. As always, I'm delighted to hear the national policies that really govern and really enable our universities to offer these courses in the context of your educational ecosystem. I'm interested in the process of authenticating. So when you are applying for the credit transfer, you mentioned the two levels of authentication of the achievement of the learning outcomes of the student applying for credit transfer. So how exactly is the process of authentication? Is it just an authentication of the certificate that is being presented? Especially when we talk of the micro-credentialing, we're always talking of this proof that you have earned, and achieved the learning outcome. So how is the authentication process being done? Thank you.
Okay, so when we receive the application from the students, so the students will bring their certificate along with the course learning outcome from the platform that they were learning. And then these forms will be evaluated by the head of the department. And then we will see, for example, they want to apply for credit transfer for the subject dynamics of leadership. And these dynamics of leadership, let's say it is not offered. We have no experts on dynamics of leadership in Faculty of Engineering. So faculty will take this form and send to the center of the university. And then university will look for the experts and appoint an expert to build assessment questions.
So there is an assessment.
Yes,
okay.
There is an assessment.
Okay.
So the assessment can be in the form of interview, can be in the form of pencils and paper
exam,
test, can be in the form of portfolio, and there are many other forms.
Okay.
That is up to the expert to decide what kind of assessment that they want to carry out to assess the student.
Yeah, so it is the assessment process that is being paid for.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
That is the process being paid for.
Okay, Professor Jintawi.
Yes, I try to think and compare with, like what we are doing here. So I think like we have something very in common, that for Thai MOOC we have certificate level 1, which is they receive it online and consider it as the certificate of completion, just to complete the course.
Yeah.
So same, right? So level 2, we call the certificate of achievement, that need to have the assessment.
Yeah.
But for you, it's maybe more open that the assessment can be in any form.
Yes.
Depends on the expert in that field. That's very interesting point, I think.
But we also declare in our form if you take your course from a very well-known platform in which that platform has the authentication way of assessing student, in which they have this proctoring system, like for example Coursera, then you can be exempted from going through this assessment. We did have that clause in our guidelines. So it also depends because the panel of reviewers will be checking the platform. So the students have to write from which platform do they take this course. So this is quite different than KMOOCs, in which that we are going to say that all MOOC courses can be academic bearing, can be credit bearing courses. It depends on the university whether you want to accept that MOOCs or not. So we do not declare any courses as credit bearing or not. But of course, when we develop courses, we have a specific way of developing. We have the course learning outcome. We have that kind of processes to make sure that it is transferable to other universities, but we do not declare any courses as credit bearing courses, because we literally accept anything in the world can be applied for credit transfer. It depends on the receiving university to accept, and it is based on 80% content similarity and 80% of CLO similarity with the courses that they want to apply for credit transfer.
May I further ask, like, the accreditation that you're talking is at the university level?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Because it depends on the students where they are enrolling.
Would like to-
where they are graduating. Yes.
So another question related to that, how about the experience transfer, the one that you're talking about, accumulate around 30%? How it works? I mean,
Well, the similarity wise, assessment of similarity is done by the expert that we figured from the application. Let's say, for example, just now the subject is dynamics of leadership. So we will find within our university who has this kind of expertise, and then they will evaluate with the existing courses related to leadership. How is that similar with the MOOC that is being taken by these students? So this expert is being appointed and being paid to analyze the 80% similarity. So it is down to this expert evaluation. Yes.
Okay.
That is being paid for.
Wow. Oh, that is very interesting. And Dr. Pongthawat, please. Last comment, please.
Yes. As a student, I found it's very, very interesting that I can apply anything for credit. So this is very open and very interesting. So I would like to know, as a student, how can I know what should I take? For example, if I aim to transfer credit for some of your degree courses. So there's so many MOOCs around. So is there any guideline or something that as a student, and what is the plan on what the course, on what should I do? Something like that.
Okay. What would be ideal, and that is what would be ideal is that if a university or if an academic program owner can list down the selection of MOOC courses that can be applied for credit transfer, that is 80% similar with the existing academic program, but that did not happen yet at our university. That would be an ideal case. So when you ask this question, we can give you this pamphlet. Okay, these are the thousands of courses. So it is, we know that it is 80% similar. So my answer would be that for now, any courses will do. You just, maybe what you can do is that you look at the university academic program, the name of the courses maybe, that might help. And then you look for any online courses that has maybe similar title, then you take that. But of course, the risk is that you have to spend money in a way that, I thought this is this is 80% similar, but it turns out it is not 80% similar. That problem might arise. But you can consult the faculty first before you want to enroll. That is what you can do, at least.
Okay, that is clear. So thank you so much. And I think we learned a lot from this morning. We start with a bang. We carry on with a bang, bang, bang. And we end up this morning session with a big, big bang. Everything we learned today give us very, I would say, future hope that our education will transform into a better place. With this, please join me to give her a big hand. Thank you so much. And may I please invite Professor Dr. Jintavi to present token of appreciation, please. Oops. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to finish our morning session, and as I mentioned before, we will come back with the Philippines and Thailand. Now for lunch, if you leave this room, don't forget to collect your lunch pass. This is a coupon, yellow color. You will proceed to the right hand side on this floor. Keep walking and then you will see a room called Pikun Keo. We are going to have lunch over there. Once again, get your yellow coupon and proceed to Pikun Keo restaurant on this floor. Thank you. See you at 1 p.m. Thank you. 1 p.m. How about 1:15? And you may leave your belonging here, but I recommend you to bring all your
ทดสอบเช็ค
Good afternoon, dear participants. Our afternoon session begins. So far this morning, we heard many interesting presentations start from AUN perspective. Then we listened presentations from Indonesia, from Republic of Korea, and from Malaysia. I believe that we have learned a lot from our speakers this morning. Still, we have 2 more countries to present, and it is my honor and a pleasure to introduce you very first speaker for this afternoon. We have Professor Dr. Melinda de la Pena Bandalaria, Chancellor and Professor, University of the Philippines, Open Universities of the Philippines. I have known Madam Chancellor for I think 10 years. I can tell you that I have always learned a lot from her. So many things that she created or she initiated and we can follow. So I believe that this session would be very interesting, and without any further delay, let me invite Madam Chancellor on the stage. So please, thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Michael. I hope I will not disappoint you this time. So after that very good lunch, I think for most of us, the next best thing is for us to go to sleep. But anyway, I hope I will not make you sleepy through this presentation. So I titled my presentation this afternoon, Transforming Higher Education Through MOOC. Discourses that shape the 10 years of Philippine journey. You know, when I was preparing this presentation, I just realized that, hey, we've been doing this for 10 years already, this 2023. So, all those 10 years, throughout those 10 years, there were many questions that, that were the focus of our discussions when it comes to MOOC. And in a way, or should I say, they really shape the way we implemented and has been implementing our MOOCs until now at the university level. So, as mentioned, I'm from the UP Open University, and I'm also now actively involved at the ICDE, both as a board member and as ambassador of Open Educational Resources. So I can say that the things that I'm also doing for OER is also part of my work for ICDE. Okay, so the context of this presentation, of course, is to provide you a glimpse of the structure of the chapter in the book that we are conceptualizing. And I really thank, of course, Professor Paulina, our colleagues who are with us in this group, for giving me this opportunity, for inviting me to be part of the group who will be working on this, and of course, the opportunity to present the Philippine MOOC initiative. So, well, actually, it is unlike the other presentations or unlike the other MOOC initiative. For the Philippines, it's really a university-led initiative, and probably that will somehow make the difference. But I can say that we can anchor the Philippine MOOC initiative to the initiative of my university, because there was this one material that I found that published in 2013. Wherein one of the discussions mentioned something about are there Philippine schools offering MOOC, and that was in June 2013. And the expert who was being interviewed mentioned that there's none at present, but there are already announcements that the UP Open University would launch their MOOC this year, and that was 2013. Okay, so, just to give you a brief background about my university, because it really matters on how we conceptualize our MOOC. We are one of the constituent units of the University of the Philippines system, and we are the only national university in the country. So this aspect, this matter, contributed a lot to how we shape our massive open online courses. We were established in 1995 with a mandate to democratize access to quality higher education through distance education. So, we've been doing online learning, distance e-learning starting in 2001, and we became fully online in 2007. So it's more than 5 years that we have experienced doing online learning when we started doing our MOOC in 2013. And we also have a mandate from our government to help other higher education institutions who are interested to do open distance learning. And we are actively participating in many international organizations, especially those which are involved in quality assurance for online learning. So these are the discourses that shape the Philippine MOOC journey. So at the very start, we were looking for that model wherein we can really strengthen our public service function. So as a public service university, we are engaged or doing 3 major functions: instruction, research, and public service. So, but because we are a fully online university, we are doing distance education program, we cannot do what the other traditional or conventional universities are doing when it comes to delivering their public service function. So I was reminded during our lunch conversation wherein the one in Korea, you now have to be engaged with your local community. So engaging with the local community has been part of our mandate, but not to that extent. So it's there, and we should find a model by which we can have this function and implement this function effectively. So we are an open university, we are a fully online university, and of course we are a state-funded university. So we have to find a model. How can we implement our public service function given this basic or characteristics or features of our university? Okay? So that's the first question. What public service, how can we do our public service function? And that's where MOOC came in. So I happened to be engaged, or I happened to start participating in MOOC in 2008. And in 2011, I attended an ICDE conference, and that's where I got to listen to a resource person talking about MOOCs, open educational resources, etc., etc. So at the time, at the university, we were already talking about that. So MOOC as a framework, as an open online course, is somehow suited or very appropriate to who we are as a public service university. So that's the first question. The second question, why develop our own MOOC when there are many providers already? And the MOOCs are coming from big universities. So why do we have to do it? It's not as if we don't have anything to do. We have so many things to do. So why add this to the burden, to the workload of our faculty? At the time, in 2012, the top 3 MOOC providers, Udacity, Coursera, edX, and these 3 providers were anchored on big universities. So how can we compete? How can we compete with these big universities? So at the time when we look closely at this question, the answer to this question, we also came up with the imperatives for offering the Philippine MOOCs. So one, we have to have a focus on specific groups as our target learners. Unlike other MOOCs, where anyone, it's not focused on anything, but the focus is the learning outcomes. But in order for us to really identify what learning outcomes do we really want to see among those completers of our MOOCs, then we have to really identify specific groups as our target learners and design the learning outcomes or identify learning outcomes based on what these target groups or target learners would need. So at the time, we already identified it should be a continuing education, lifelong learning, especially for our teachers who really need that. Support to industry, like the business process outsourcing industry, which is a big thing in the Philippines, a big contributor to our economy. It can also be a support to specific advocacy. So like for instance, we partnered with UNICEF to develop MOOCs on child rights protection and promotion. And because even child trafficking is very rampant in the Philippines, and we know that somehow we should do our share and contribute to addressing that particular concern. And of course, improve or build the skills and competencies of the overseas Filipino workers and also the out-of-school youth. So at the start, even from the start that we've been doing MOOC, we have identified these groups as our target learners. So when we look at the data, so we have this data that something like, if there are 100 students who start grade 1, that's the first level for the basic education, only 14 would complete the college degree. And so what would happen to the dropout? Somehow there has to be learning opportunities for them. During that time, from 2013 to 2015, there was an estimated 3.6 million out-of-school youth, and 83.1% of them were at that age of 16 to 24, which can be the target, one of the target groups for our MOOCs. And of course, for our OFWs, so that we can prepare them for their reintegration to the Philippines. In 2013, it was also estimated that there were 2.3 million overseas Filipino workers, and somehow we should provide them with learning opportunities. So we have developed many MOOCs to respond to the needs of these learners. And in 2017, we also started offering the MOOC certification courses. So we have MOOC these certification courses are group of MOOCs, modules, something like that. And when you complete the learning activities, the capstone requirement, then you will be given a certification for that particular skill. So like for instance, for teacher, teaching in open distance e-learning, that can be a certification, child rights protection and promotion. Technology for teaching and learning comprised of 3 MOOCs. We have also for sustainable development and so on and so forth. So these are some examples. We have a certification for business analytics as well. So why develop our own MOOCs? Another imperative is we have to help improve the quality of education by providing free content for the credit courses that are being offered by many HEIs. We call this model MOOCs as OER. So I think at the time, we call it unbundling of courses, which is now one strategy for micro-credentialing. At the time, what we have in mind was micro-credentialing, unbundling of courses, because you would also unbundle the cost of education. So what we did was, for every 3 units, every 3-unit course, then we will develop 3 MOOCs, and 1 MOOC is equivalent to 1 unit credit. So there's no more problem about content equivalency, because the content of the MOOC would be a pattern or obtained after what was approved by the Ministry of Higher Education. We call it the Commission on Higher Education. So there is already the perfect comparison in terms of the content of the MOOCs that we have developed and the credit courses that are being offered by the higher education institution. So one example here is the business analytics and the courses offered for the BPO industry. So it is also a response. At the time, we've been 2015, 2016, we were talking about the Paris message and the projection of higher education by 2030, the needs for higher education in 2030. And there's no way conventional universities would be able to respond to the needs. So they are encouraging the universities to really consider online learning, which will include massive open online courses. So we have started that, and we believe that at least for the Philippines and somehow in Asia, we would be able to respond to the needs for higher education by 2030. So it is also a response to the needs of the industry. We have been talking about upskilling, reskilling, lifelong learning because of this development in the needs of the industry. When we were talking about the 4th Industrial Revolution, which started in 2016, and there was also the discussion about the 5th Industrial Revolution, which started in 2019. Somehow, the world of work is changing very fast, and universities will have to respond. Unfortunately, changing our curriculum is not that fast. I mean, we cannot do it that fast. I think earlier it was mentioned that right now the industry is so patient with us, but until when will they be patiently waiting for us to respond to what they need in terms of their manpower requirement? So the immediate response can be through MOOC, and that is when we can really provide the reskilling, upskilling opportunities for our manpower, or the pool of the manpower needs of the industry. Of course, we've heard a lot about the gig economy, and MOOCs can also provide gig learning opportunity for our gig workers. So the Philippines is sixth in the world as the fastest growing market. This was based on a 2019 survey on Global Gig Economy Index. And somehow, in order for this sector, our gig workers, to stay in the market, they have to continue skilling and upskilling as well. So again, MOOCs can provide for that learning opportunity to this group of workers and professionals. So the next question, so that's what we've been doing since 2013 up to 2019. And then there came the pandemic in 2020. So at that time, we were all thinking, so how can we respond to the needs of our fellow educators? We are the fully online university. We are a state university, and somehow we have a responsibility to help the country's education sector transition to emergency remote teaching. And that's when we also use the MOOC as a strategy for inclusive, massive, and rapid training for teachers and school administrators. So during that time, starting in March 2020, we developed or we implemented this model of training, inclusive training, wherein we combined webinar sessions plus MOOC. So we observed that even if you have so many materials, recorded lectures, etc., for the different topics that our teachers would need, they would still ask for a live lecture. Even if it's just a video conferencing, they would ask for that. And we identified that as a craving for synchronicity. So we still implemented the webinar sessions, but somehow we have to make sure that they have learned the lesson, etc., and there should be the completion of the learning activities, which will be the basis for the certification that they would get after completing the training program. So webinar plus MOOC, where the learning activities are done, where they can go back to the content, to the lesson, to the recorded webinar sessions, and where interaction can happen. So the design of the MOOCs should make sure that there will be the learner content, and the learner-teacher interaction, and that is being provided by the MOOC. Okay? So this is the comparison for the pre-COVID. So you can see it's not really massive if you will look at it. But during the time of the pandemic, we were able to see a significant increase in the number of those who are enrolling in our MOOCs. So question number 4, how can we ensure the quality of the Philippine MOOCs? So even at that time, we started looking at the different quality frameworks for MOOC. So we have this Open Up Ed, a quality label derived from the E-Excellence label for e-learning in higher education. So we can look at those different frameworks, QA frameworks for open online learning. COL also has something for MOOC. And if we will compare the parameters for these two frameworks, we can see that somehow they are similar, and we can learn from these different frameworks, which we can integrate into our MOOC so that we can make sure that they are of quality courses. I also, a few years ago, I also developed my own framework in search of a QA framework for MOOC. So I have this, which is somehow also comparable to what has been published. So infrastructure, teaching staff, the design of learning, etc., evaluation, and of course, assessment. And I happened to come across this World University Rankings by MOOC Performance. I'm not really advocating for this, but somehow we can look at the performance indicators that they are using to evaluate universities, so the number of MOOCs, course programs, bearing credit, etc., etc. So we can also look at it if we want to consider QA frameworks for our MOOCs. So how can we sustain? So what are the sustainability models? So in our case, what we did was to put in place, we still don't have any national policy on MOOC. Unlike Malaysia, Indonesia, Korea, Philippines doesn't have yet any national policy. So what the best that we could do is have institutional policies wherein we can assign work credit for those who will be developing MOOCs and coordinate the course offering. We consider this, we are not yet implementing this certification for a fee, partner with industry, research funds, and tap the CSR funds of companies and organizations who are interested to work with us. So where do we want to bring the Philippine MOOCs? So we really want to see learning in the future through MOOCs. So we have observed and we have to capitalize on the gains that were made for online learning during the COVID-19 pandemic. Somehow, even our learners are looking for that kind of flexibility and agility in terms of how they would be learning or getting their degree in the future. So integrate micro-credentialing. MOOC should be integrated with micro-credentialing, the stackable credits. We've been talking about this transfer credit since this morning. And somehow we have to combine this transfer credits, stackable credits with the MOOCs framework. Continue with our MOOC certification program. Partner with industry so that we can really say that what we are offering as our MOOCs and micro-credential courses would be relevant to the needs of the industry. This is something that we've been campaigning since 2017 for us to integrate the basic features of the universal design for learning for a more inclusive learning opportunity. And of course, we need to promote the MOOC as OER model, the unbundled courses, etc., for quality education and for a more agile and flexible education ecosystem. Integrate adoption for the QA framework, promote webinar plus MOOC model, and of course, for additional sustainability model, this is something that we hope we can experiment or also try doing. MOOC as like a Netflix, wherein learners would subscribe to learning opportunities just like what they're doing for Netflix. So learning by subscription. And we need to strengthen our MOOCs through AI and analytics-driven strategies so that we can really increase the completion rate and reduce the faculty labor, considering the number of enrollees that we are having in our MOOCs. So, but beware of the pitfalls of MOOCs for higher education. We're not doing it just to join the bandwagon because this is the current, the conversation that is happening now. Failing to interrogate the whys and the hows and the whats of doing MOOCs is something that is a very big pitfall on our part. And we should not be limited to what the leading MOOC providers are doing. We should be able to craft our own model based on our context and based on what our learners are doing. And of course, there is always the kind of perspective wherein we measure the success indicators by the number or the rate of completion. Somehow we have to veer away from the completion. I am of that perspective that once they are enrolled in your MOOC, even if they will not complete the MOOC, they will be able to learn something from your course. So that's learning by itself, and somehow through analytics, probably how we were able to engage them, even without completing the course, we know that they learned something from our courses. So I think this is my last slide. Thank you very much for listening. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Madam Chancellor. You never let me down. Okay, never ever. Okay, we learned a great deal from the Philippines. As she mentioned, she touched officially on MOOC since 2008.
I participated.
Oh, participated.
But the university started offering in 2013.
Okay.
Yeah. After so much deliberation.
But if we remember, the year of MOOC officially launched 2008. So
Yeah.
this is very original case.
Yeah.
So she has a lot of experience to share with us. So any questions from the floor, please?
Oh my.
Okay, now Tapani has the microphone, please, Professor
Thank you,
Tapani.
Madam President. So appreciate on your presentation. I have found a lot of the progress of the Philippine Open University MOOC courses. So it is possible that you can transfer that experience from the OPU to the whole country of Philippines.
Yeah, I can say that this journey that the university had undertaken for the MOOC can be the same or can be considered as the same as the journey for the Philippines, because I think until now it is only the UPOU who's been offering MOOC at that extent. But what we're hoping to do really is to encourage other universities to do as well, and we are currently helping them, especially those who are already offering programs in the online mode. So there is this system of accreditation in the country so that you can offer your programs in the distance education mode. So we have this Republic Act 10650, the Open Distance Learning Law. So earlier there was a discussion, what percentage of the course and the program should be in the distance education mode for you to be considered as under that mode of delivery. So in the Philippines, we follow the same. It should not exceed 50%. So that's the more recent policy issuance of our Commission on Higher Education. So if you go beyond 50%, then you have to seek accreditation from the Commission on Higher Education. And they will really evaluate you, your course materials, even the training of your teachers, even the learning management system, if you will declare your university to be an online provider of programs. Not the Generation 1 distance education, but the more modern way of doing distance education wherein online learning is integrated into it. Yeah.
I hope that this is your big hand for the whole country in the near future. Thank you.
We have to do that. We have to really influence because somehow that is a mandate of our university, being the only national university of the country. So we are expected to do that. And in that law that I have cited, the Open Distance Learning Act, the UP Open University was really mandated to help other higher education institutions. So we have to do that. Otherwise, we will not be doing our mandate as an open university. So there's a big responsibility attached to it. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions or comments, please? Okay. If not, please join me to give her a round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you.
And may I invite Associate Professor Dr. Thapani Thameta to present a gift of appreciation, please. Thank you, Madam Chancellor. Ladies and gentlemen, so far we listened to presentation from AUN, from Indonesia, from Korea, from Malaysia, from the Philippines, and now it is time for the host, Thailand. So on the stage now we have Associate Professor Dr. Thapani Thameta, Director of Thailand Cyber University Project, and Professor Dr. Jintavi Klaisang, Deputy Director of Thailand Cyber University Project. They are going to share with us experience and perspective based on the journey of Thai MOOC. So without any delay, please welcome them with a big hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And good afternoon, everyone. So I'm so glad that we can host this expert meeting. And actually, we have done, all of the presenters have done in November last year. Why didn't it? This is a good start of our community. So for today, our responsibility, Jin and I go together to present for our history and our present and the future of our Thai MOOC, the Thai MOOC platform. Actually, I'm older than her, so that I should start for our history. In 2005, before I worked with the TCU project, this project is under the Ministry of Education in the past, and under the Office of the Higher Education Commission. But now we turn to be the under of Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Higher Education in short. For the long name, I forgot some of the we call only the MESI, right? In 2005, that time the OHEC also announced of the e-education policy strategy. This under the ICT policy under the Ministry of Information and Technology, something like that. So this long story. At that time, TCU also provide TCU LMS for all Thai university, this free of charge of the learning management system. At that time, we have to encourage people know what is the e-learning, what is the online education. This is a story. After that, we got the annual budget from the government, and every year we also transfer this budget to the university who commit to produce the courseware. We also provide, we also call that this is open courseware under the Ministry of Education. At that time, we also claim that our platform, our TCUMS, we also provide like 800 courses. Most of courses is for the undergrad student and especially for the university level. And other people can access for this platform because it's very easy just to register to be our member, and that they can access for free of charge. And into 2015, we also claim that our courses is an open courseware. And in currently that time, after the online education allow the world, especially for the ASEAN, for the European and the United States of America, they also announced that they're gonna start with the MOOCs, massive open online courses. At that time, we also transfer our experience from open courseware to be massive open course. At that time, luckily, we got the huge budget from the Ministry of Information and Technology. We're gonna start from open courseware to be Thai massive open courseware in 2015. From the past until now, we have, right now, in our platform also provide 500 courses. And fortunately, during the COVID-19, we like our number that's access from our platform 1.5 million of the member. This is our story, just in short. So after that, when we also start from the Thai MOOC platform, and we also provide too many strategy. We also continue our same strategy in the past when we provide the TCU LMS. This is also platform just to ask the university, also university network come together to provide the content to be our user, our platform. And then also they expand opportunity for this courseware to the Thai people. And actually for the every year we have done a lot of the research and development, not only for the academic research, but also for the system. Example, like how to customize our credit bank system, Thai MOOC credit bank system, our test bank system, and also everything. So in this room, we get together with the the expert from some not some from many university around the country come together, not only for the content provide the content but also for provide the system. After finish this presentation, we gonna set for the round table sitting and sharing the idea and also discuss for collaboration. Okay, Ajahn Jin, shall we go that fast? Because I would love to see also the photo. And actually, this is Professor Anushai model that also provide like the National Digital Learning Platform for lifelong learning. We also set the one people that the journey of the like the learning journey, like we're gonna start from the people. Example like the student, they also if they drop out from the school, they can they can keep like the time in the future for like the study via MOOC courses. That an example like the other people when they like the work at the workplace, they can learn that, and they can learn from the MOOC platform. They can collect the credit in the future for the future. And the student who study in the university level, they can use that courses, the MOOC courses, and keep that on the university credit bank or the Thai MOOC credit bank. And actually when they finish their university level, they can, when they graduate already, they went to the workplace, they can learn for the professional development, and they can like get the degree. They can call that, they can reskill and upskill for their level. And that time is someone is nearly retired like me, and actually I can access for the MOOC courses and continue our education. We will call it lifelong learning from the MOOC platform. So this is like the learning journey of the one people. When they use our Thai MOOC credit back, Thai MOOC for our studying, for their studying, they can keep that the credit like the study from our credit bank platform. And actually for the credit bank platform, we can claim that we will do like the prototype for the Thai national credit bank system in the future, because we are all the committee of the member of this project for the whole country. And actually Ajahn Tai, you can continue my presentation.
Okay,
And I will ask you, actually, Ajahn Tai, for the Thai MOOC category, why then we got for the 12, 11 or 12, we will call the 12 category. Why then we set 12 category for the Thai MOOC?
These 12 categories are from the global trends that we first explore, like what kind of MOOC courses for the global trend point of view, and then we also match with our country strategy and mission. So it's come to these 12 categories that are seem that is to be needed by the university and to serve the concept of lifelong learning.
And actually we also provide this one for the like the directory in the future.
Yes. So our upcoming project is going to be the cooperation that we talking about, like what I think like other countries also feel the same thing, that each MOOC platform have their own contents. So why don't we make it shareable, maybe at the back end, so to expand the content collections of each MOOC platform. So that's why we start to categorize our content into 12 categories. So it can be further talk about further collaborations.
And so easy for that we can collect our courses, like the 500 courses, that very easy to access, right? And actually for our MOOC platform, we also provide the most,
Top three
the top three,
categories.
yeah.
Yes.
The first one is like the computer and technology. It's normal for because of lot of our university would love to open this like the ICT content.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And the second is the business and management, followed by education and training. So these top three categories are the most popular, I would say, and in response with our country policies. So these three categories are the first three categories that we plan to do the micro credentials.
Yeah.
So that the result from the need of the global trend and also our countries. So this showed the MOOC platform that the director Tapani mentioned, and she just made me very impressed that she made the 15-year history of TCU presented in 10 minutes.
No, it's 5
Very
minutes, right?
impressive.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's next? We're going to talking about our current and future of Thai MOOC. Based on that grounded concept of we plan to position Thai MOOC as the national digital learning platform focusing on lifelong learning. So we not only provide the MOOC content for our platform, but we also plan to expand our platform to serve the concept of lifelong learning. So that's why the learning profile and the credit bank system need to be extended as our extension of our platform. So the ecosystem of Thai MOOC, like what I mentioned earlier, is not going to be only the MOOC courses, but we also talking about MOOC course directories that with the collaboration with other MOOC platform, we can expand our content. Not only us, but other MOOCs that partner with us can also, share the content together. The other element for our ecosystem is the roaming account, because we would like to expand the number of users who use our system. So by developing the roaming account, learners who already have the account from the universities can also use the Thai MOOC directory or our Thai MOOC partners with one single ID, so that the concept to make it easy access to the content. And also to make it happen for the lifelong learning concept, we also develop the subsystem with the e-profile, which is to collect the data and learning records for a lifetime. So it's going to be not only support the when they are the student in the university, but it's also support them for the job application. And the next is going to be the testing, which is the standard learning assessment lead to the self-development. So after learners learn from Thai MOOC platform, they will receive like level 1 certificate, which is the certificate of completion, so that they just complete and that certificate verify them. But the next step, in order to make it be able to accredit and accumulate into the credit bank system, we have one subsystem called e-testing to be sure that they really qualify and complete on that course. So we call it, if the learner go through the e-testing system, it's going to be, they will receive the certificate we call level 2, which is the certificate of achievement. So meaning that they really achieve the learning outcomes. And then those will accumulate and later be transferred via our credit bank system that the director mentioned that is going to be a sandbox for the national credit bank system. Yeah. And actually our engineer is also here, Dr. Pongthawat, so give a big hand to him, please. he's our key person to support, like all of this system along with the Thai MOOC team. So, so Ajahn Pongthawat, if you have anything would like to mention, please. นะคะ
And actually for this ecosystem, we not only use for the online, but also some parts of the e-testing. We can use like the on-site example, like
Yeah.
we set like the testing center
Yeah.
from all
Partner
the
with the
yeah.
university who have many campuses throughout the country.
We
So,
also think of the blended way.
the blended learning. Yes.
Yeah.
So from that learning ecosystem, this slide present the user journey. So talking about if you are the user here, and then the first step you will go to the identity provider with the system will support this identity provider for the roaming account that I mentioned earlier. And then after that, they will go to the MOOC course directory, which later, if we have more partners, both at the national and international level, it will expand our content collections. And then after that, learners will go to the learning management system, the MOOC platform provider. They will receive the certificate level 1, which is the certificate of completion, and then they need to another option is that they can go to the e-testing in order to get the certificate level 2, which will be later keep in the credit bank system and also the credential wallet. So those will, with all of these, it will generate the digital transcript record and be able to use among the universities with our partner with us, with the MESI.
And Ajahn Tai, actually for all Thai university now, they also provide their own like the credit bank system.
Yeah. According to our announcement and regulation of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, just came out last year with the announcement, regulation and guideline. There are 3 important and related to like what we are doing here. First is the announcement about the information technology management in higher education, came out October last year. This one is very similar to the Malaysian announcement about like how can we differentiate the blended learning program with the online learning program. So for Malaysia, what I recall, you use the for the curriculum level you use 80% to differentiate, right? For us we use 60%, and for the course level we are same with Malaysia, with this 60% online. So this announcement, actually the director, she's the chair of this announcement to produce this announcement and regulation for the MESI. So this one we try to differentiate the regular curriculum and program, the face-to-face one or the blended learning one, with the program one that focus on the information technology management. The name may be different, but I think the concept is the same. Try to differentiate the 2 type of the programs or the curriculum. Yeah. The second announcement that related to our MOOCs or the online learning is about the credit bank and credit transfer, credit accumulation operation, came out September last year. So these 2 announcements and regulation really open up the learning opportunity for Thai citizens, really. And like what the AUN director mentioned this morning, like the bottom line is what whatever mode of learning learners attend or participate, but the core concept is the learning outcomes. So in this announcement, they focus on the learning outcomes, that whether they receive the learning in the universities or like from experience, they will be able to transfer as long as they have the same learning outcome. So for us, the learning outcome will focus, I think, on the professional competencies in our countries. So as long as you have the same learning outcome, those will be converted into the credits and stored is in the credit bank system from each institutions.
This is like the whole model for
Right.
our credit bank system, our Thai MOOC credit bank system.
Right. So I think we have the same point of view as Malaysia, that you can either learning to receive the credit or can transfer from the experience. But the difference is that I think like Malaysia is kind of ahead us, that you already have the practices, that how you convert those experience and the credits to accumulate into the credit bank system. That
Yes, right.
very interesting model. Yeah.
And actually for this budget year, I hope that Thai MOOC will provide, we will do the research to provide our like the curriculum credit bank system.
Yeah, pilot case.
Yes.
The pilot cases
For-
that. So to show
Yeah.
with other institutions how you can as a pilot, so we can see how it's going to
Yeah.
work. Because now we have the system,
Right.
we have the regulation, we have announcement, but we really don't have the really practices one, because this announcement just came out last year, and our system is try to modify, make it go in line with this announcement and regulation.
Yeah. We also think about like the innovation of our MOOC courses, what is going.
Yeah, right.
And actually, when we announce that Thai MOOC platform, we think about our innovation. So this year we're gonna announce of the Thai MOOC Academy,
Thai MOOC
Yeah.
Academy, yeah.
just to change the name for like the makes it like the effective.
Yes, and move toward the
Yeah.
extension of Thai MOOC. So Thai MOOC Academy, the differentiate with Thai MOOC platform. The original one is we expand to the credit bank system.
Right.
We try to find a way to authenticity that many, like other MOOC platform also concerned about the authenticity of the certificate and everything. So
And actually, we also collaborate with many organizations, not the
Right.
private, but also for the like the official, like the government organization side that we also announced it, the Thai MOOC Academy.
right, in order to make it more to proof of authenticity, we also work with DGA, which shortened for the Digital Government Development Agency, whose whose expertise and responsible in the ID, the national ID, and also we work with EDDA, is the Electronic Transaction Development Agency. So those agencies will help us to prove of the authenticity of the certification, to be able to keep it in the credit bank system. So those are the supervise us in terms of the move of Thai MOOC to the Thai MOOC Academy. So we partner with a lot of the government agencies. So for the roadmap and progress,
Yeah, we have done already. We don't
Okay.
think of the past, we will think of the future that
Yes.
can collaborate with the ASEAN community plus Republic of Korea.
so these are the roadmap and the progress. So like what we mentioned earlier, we started since 2017. That time we developed the platform and start to create develop the content. And then after that, we build a network with various organizations at both national and international level. And in 2019, we tailor-made the course, the lifelong learning courses with to serve the lifelong learning concept. So we we try to develop many different type of course to serve the concept of lifelong learning. And in 2020, we providing MOOC platform not only to the university level, but also we give a service to government agencies and also the private and public organization. Last year and this year, we like what we mentioned earlier, we expand the system. So we develop the accreditation system for online courses and credit bank. And these are Thai MOOC will not be this success without the cooperation with more than 120 organizations like what we mentioned earlier. We have the university network throughout the country that really make this happen. And with the renowned organization that they very expertise, have their own expertise, and then they help us to develop the course, not only for their staff development, but it going also benefit to our higher education learners as well.
And actually, Ajahn Jin, actually for the higher education network, we also provide our Thai MOOC platform for them. Example, like some university, they didn't provide their own learning management system. We also let them do like the microsite of our Thai MOOC platform. We call their own university, and then connect with the MOOC. Example like CMU, Chiang Mai University, MOOC, something like that.
Because we believe that each organization need to have their own identity. So by providing support in terms of the back end with the system, but they can have own front end.
And we also provide this platform for all Thai, some organization in Thailand
Right.
also.
Who not ready to have their own system, so they can use us first as the pilot, and then once they learning and grooming, and then they can have their own.
For this year, our big partner with the teacher council, all the Thai teacher will be access from the Thai MOOC platform.
And self-learning
Yes.
courses in order to receive the teaching certificate. Right. Okay. So these are our stats from since Thai MOOC started in 2016 until now. As you can see, like during the pandemic, like the director mentioned, that it's very open up our opportunity in terms of professors, learners start to learn a lot from MOOC. In 2019, we still have only 320,000 learners, and until now it's like 5 times, like 1.5 millions. And also the certification, we also issue level 1 to certificate level 1 certificate, level of completion 1.5 certificate. So today, actually, we also invite the expert and who really play a big role in helping us to design the course development that focus on competency-based curriculum. This is really one of our so proud pilot study that professor from Open University Sukhothai Thamathiraja is
Professor
also
Ali,
here as our expert today.
For the curriculum of
the elderly
elderly
caretaking.
care. Yeah, Professor Ali.
ค่ะอาจารย์ค่ะ so this project is really interesting because we partner with different sectors. So first we partner with Thai MOOC, provide a platform and work together with of course Sukhothai Thamathiraja Open University that have the elderly care curriculum or program. and then to make it more benefit both for academic certificate and also the professional certificate. We also partner with Thailand Professional Qualification Institutes to access and certify learners in this program. And we also partner to expand the opportunity for Thai learners. We also partner with community college institutes. With they have a lot of students across the country. So this really open up their opportunity in both academic, in that they can pursuing their bachelor degree in Open University, and for their profession they can receive and receive the professional qualification certificate. So they will be able to work and to receive to work certifiedly. And yeah, so these are our So Proud pilot project for to really show that from the content on MOOC platform, how can we really make it into practice.
And actually, Ajahn Tai, in this year, we're gonna start the next research and development to produce like the prototype model for in advance and actually for the educational technology curriculum for
Right.
4 university in Thailand.
Yeah.
We're gonna set up from the competency on each subject, each curriculum, and then we're gonna start with the prototype, how that we can learn for the first university, learn from the third university, and keep their own credit in our credit bank system, not only for the Thai MOOC credit bank, but for own university credit bank, and come together in the future and get the degree in the future also.
The 4 universities in EdTech field,
Right.
educational technology.
Example like Ajahn Ton from
Srinakarin Virod.
Srinakarin Virod University, Ajahn Kong, Ajahn Surapon from Technology King Mongkut Technology University, and from Kasetsart University and Silapakon University for 4 university. I hope that next year we're gonna start the new
The
prototype
micro-credential.
model for micro-credential
ค่ะ
project.
and further use for the accumulate for the credit bank system as well.
Right.
ค่ะ Okay. So not only these 2 projects, the elderly care program, the educational technology program, but we also partner with the Office of the Vocational Education Commission. In this model, we looking for the pre-learning before they enter the university. So this can really open the opportunity for K-12 level, focusing on the vocational education one. So this one we signed MOU beginning of last year, and we continue working with them. Yeah, and this is since Professor Dr. So is here, so we try to follow like this memorable history of us that since 2017, that time we signed the MOU with JMOOC with the support of JMOOC, KMOOC, and Thai MOOC, and
the wish from the UNESCO, and then Libing is coming already for representative from UNESCO. Thank you.
hey.
Yeah, we will continue our collaboration.
Right. Yeah. So started from that 3 partners, and now we expanding with our partners, and we're looking for more partners. Like today, I think after this session, we will talking about the collaboration with
This
other
is not a partner. I
platforms.
can call them the friend, family.
MOOC friends, MOOC
Yeah.
colleagues,
Yeah.
friends. Okay. These are some of the example of how we exchanging the content between our platform and other MOOC platforms. So some courses already provided in English but some they are provided in their own language. So what we do is we add the subtitle to those courses to help the learners. For example, the very famous course is from KMOOC, A Bridge to the World Korean Language for Beginner 1 and 2. These are two courses that are very popular for our MOOC platform. In that course, the audio are in English, and then they already have the Korean and English subtitle, and then we add the Thai subtitle to help our Thai learners. So these are the examples that we have collaborated with other MOOC platform regarding the content exchanging.
Ajahn Chin, actually, let me call this one is one of our innovation of the Thai MOOC platform, because this is a innovation for the human network innovation model that we have done.
Yeah, right. So not only we import those courses, but we also export ours because so to make it balance. So we found that the courses that other MOOCs interested in ours is related to tourism and data science. Also, one course is about the massage, Thai massage, as we all know, that is quite famous. And Northern Thai food, and the courses related to the cultures, tourism, and hospitalities. So,
Because Dr. Su also mentioned that when they also when he also in charge of the KMOOC, he also mentioned that how about Thailand can access for their own courses, example like hospitality and data science. We also contact that university that provide that courses and exchange to the KMOOC.
So these are some examples that we can further talk about this later.
Right.
For the sustainability model, we may look differently from others, but we learn from other presentations as well.
Right.
For the sustainability model, for Thai MOOC, we found that we would like to play an active role in terms of the being the references or the to give the influence to others. So we not only provide content courses or the platform, but we also have the session like webinar session to talking about our MOOC contents and how to implement it in different contexts. That what we feel that this will make us sustainabilities, and especially during the pandemic COVID-19, many universities try to find the online content to use for their courses. So we found that this is a chance, and many universities ask us or consult us how can they implement their online courses or make the evaluation or those kind of things. So we start to have the webinar live and also the on-demand one. We have Thai MOOC Talk Return, and we have Thai MOOC Talk on tour. And actually, the team who help us with this is Michael. He is very popular, the show host that like everyone. I think we online every Thursday, right, Michael? Yeah. So everyone looking forward to meeting with him and like his guest on that night. And we have supporting team the back of this room on the left, like those are our supporting team as well นะคะอาจารย์ดร.นวลแล้วก็ดร.บดนะคะก็จะเป็นทีม support they are the supporting team for our Thai MOOC talk นะคะ we also have the media on not only the live broadcast webinar or the on-demand one, but we also do the podcast. So we try to make the active role in like getting people to know our platform and make the best use of it. So we just find a way, not only the video but the podcast one. And every year I just talking to the professor from Malaysia, Nabura, and she mentioned that, oh yeah, I remember now, like she came to our conference 10 years ago. Yeah, so it's been, I think, like more than 10 times that we have the international conference every year. And yeah, during the past year, I think we did online during the COVID pandemic. And just last year, we did in the 3 modes for participants to choose whether they can attend online, on-site, and onwards. And again, the expert in help us do the Thai MOOC works is also in this room นะคะ Dr. Surapon นะคะ he's the expert for our Thai MOOC team in doing this for us ค่ะ so he's right there ค่ะ so he's the designer for Thai MOOC works and everything. Okay, so those conclude all our presentation.
Let me summarize all our project, the Thai MOOC platform that we have done for three categories. The first one is we do the methodology, everything that we have done for the Thai MOOC platform. The second is we have done for the IT, the information technology, and the system of the platform. We're gonna turn up to be like the Thai MOOC Academy in the near future. And the last one we have done for our human network. Yeah, we call that MIH.
Okay.
For 3 categories.
Yeah, and I would say like Thai MOOC will not be this success without the support from all the experts in this room today. That's why we invite you all here today to share this success.
Right.
Yeah.
And actually, after next section, I would like to invite all of you come together with sharing the idea, the discussion, how do we collaborate for make our future of education possible. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mademoiselle Director and Madam Vice Director. It's been a long session, but I hope you enjoy listening to the history of Thai MOOC. Any questions or comments from the floor, please? Okay, Madam Chancellor, please. Microphone, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a long list of questions, but I'm interested with this Thai MOOC Academy, which you are planning to do in the future. Will it be a degree granting unit, just like any conventional university, making use of the credits earned through MOOC? Is that the direction for the Thai MOOC Academy?
For the university, right?
Will it grant degree to individuals who have earned? So, like for instance, you have the credit banking system already. So the MOOC learners are now earning credits, right? And they are stacking it. Okay. So is the plan for the Thai MOOC Academy? Will you be granting degrees, making use of the credits earned through MOOC?
If that university that open that courses under our platform, because our platform that they provide for the self-paced learning, some university they also ask us, is it possible to open for that, especially for the SPOC, like the private, small private open courses. If they open that way, they can get the degree from the university, but via our platform.
So
Provide the platform.
the degree will be conferred by the university, not from Thai MOOC Academy, not from. We never compete with universities. Okay.
But we work together and collaborate, facilitate the universities.
Yes, in connection to your Professor Mandala's questions, anyway, in the future, maybe in 5 or 10 years later, somebody has to issue the statements of degree. So I think you need to prepare for, like, if I finish, like, if I reached 120 credits, so like 70% of my credits from like Chulalongkorn, maybe the chair of Chulalongkorn will give me the degree, or the Ministry of Higher Education or Ministry of Education give award the degree. I think you need to prepare. Otherwise, the learners, they can be confused in the near future. Because the Thai Academy means you process everything and then issue award, degree, or license. So I think you need to prepare.
Okay,
You have to
thank you very much, Dr. Su. Actually, for the permanent secretary, the Ministry of Higher Education, they also asked the Thai MOOC platform to open some courses for the professional development for our staff to train via that platform. And they also asked that is it possible to continue to the university, some subject or something like that. We hope that some of our staff in the near future can get a degree from that university. We have to sign like the back office to do this thing possible. Thank you for the comment. This is a big issue. We have to do for the human network again. Thank you.
Okay, any more comments or Ajahn Pongthawat, anything you'd like to add on? Okay, if not, I think it is time we would call our live session a day, but we are not done yet. We are going to take a 15-minute break. After that, we will rearrange this room. It will be expert meeting. You all invited to contribute your ideas on how we are going to make our lifelong learning for our region better. So please enjoy your break. Before that, I recommend you to pack up your things because they need to rearrange your room. It will be like a square shape discussion set up. So please make sure that you gather your belongings, leave it maybe on the side, and then 15 minutes come back for the expert meeting. For the expert meeting won't be a live session, it will be private, just between us. So secret is kept in this room. So on behalf of Thailand Cyber University Project, we thank you, all of you who joined us online. If you miss any part, of course you can watch as a video on demand from the same link anytime. Link to download slides have been added, so you can download any slides, any sessions right now. So on behalf of Thailand Cyber University Project, once again, we thank you and see you next time ครับ ขอบคุณครับ Oh, nobody present them with a token of appreciation.